Morning, folks. A very late start to stream today because I think we all recognize that it's that kind of morning. Well, regardless, let's get the game back on. Real world difficulties and troubles aside, we left off last night, finally getting the rundown from Joyce about what kind of world we live in, and it's pretty intense. They made quite a unique fictional world here. I'm pretty sure she was being more literal than figurative, more scientific than poetic.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
70%. Keen aesthetic sensibility. What if I internalize artist, cop? Right, we've also learned that we are only days away from the lynching and the strikes erupting into a full-on labor riot. They said 5 days, maybe less. I really hope that dialogue doesn't apply to the very start of the game too, hence or less. And so at day 3 I've already got a couple. But it's almost noontime of day 3. I'm hoping it's closer than 5, closer to 5. Let's try this, It's a shame I can't check my inventory. Check, but not use, because I don't know what I'm using. Am I wearing conceptualization stuff? This would be easier if I just memorize what everything does. Yeah, my +1 satin shirt for conceptualization.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Round 3?
Yeah.
Nah.
Why? It's a wall. An ordinary wall.
Someday we'll get it.
We stop to look at this wall every time we...
Kim, we are gonna make great art someday. Detective Costeau and finger pistols have also already been internalized as of last night. These things could have been done much earlier. If I read the correct case file, and I guess built up enough No I'm Raphael points. And finger pistols, turned out, the guy that I bought my hat from, I didn't speak to him directly. And I've got rigorous self-critique that we could internalize. Actual art degree, -1 perception for an hour and a half. As far as I can tell, I've only got 4 more slots left. So, I gotta be picky for whatever last ones remain. Another cop would type, the worst one, most savage and brutal, the art cop. Everything is shit. Overproductive honor glands could also do. Alright, that takes 20 minutes, so it's easy enough to do. 4 drama is a big boom, but it's also not too bad, it turns out. It's not the worst. Hour and 15, a minus shivers. For magnesium-based life form. Maximum mag. Also, probably want to take the Fairweather T500, -1 savoir-faire, for 3.5 hours. But it might give us a clue to the weakness of the armor. Anywho, it is Wednesday. Noon Wednesday, and that means that the canal lock should finally be fixed. Which means new area, a new and exciting Tare to discover and collect. So what I'll do Hey, it's the workers. Is do a bit of time crossing the canal lock and try to find the cryptozoologist's wife's cryptozoologist husband.
A
And
rusted
then,
control panel with loose wires dangling. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then
when we come back, we are going to see if we cannot interrogate the 8th Hardy boy.
the water lock starts moving.
Cute animations.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, not with everything that's going on.
Okay, and we are getting
Focus on one
sidetracked.
thing, achieve it, then the next. He thinks. That's the task, Jay.
Yeah, we're going to focus on the cryptozoologist's wife's cryptozoologist's husband, and then we'll come back. I see money. See new and exciting money to find here. And all the +1 experience for examining all the things. Traffic beyond the gate. More abandoned lorries. Green magnesium haven't got to buy. No entry and the inverted star of communism. Breaker box to power the radio pylon. Ooh, is there something inside? First, he's got a thought. Decades of old concrete defenses. Children play on them now. Broken at the fence and the barbed wire. Ooh. So, if I'm here to find the cryptozoologist's wife's cryptozoologist's husband, he was looking for insects in the reeds. It takes no time to scavenge everything, so first things first. Missing swing. More loot. Gonna try to maintain at least 100 real every single night. I probably can't. Glory to the ghosts of us. Tutare. Cool. Music collection. Look at the Topolin. The smallest church in St. Saints. Requires a boombox to play. Okay, folks, we could find to do karaoke.
There's no way to listen to the tape without a working tape player or portal-reel at hand.
Hey, Wither. Why keep stacking cash with this perfectly good boat down the beach? See,
But even just holding the tape makes you feel a little sad.
I could, but the game has made it very clear in no uncertain terms that if I don't sort out my rent by 2 a.m., it's game over.
A pawn shop would have a tape.
If it wasn't for that very strict warning, I might consider just sleeping under a boat. And there's a shack here, there's a hole in the roof, but there's 3 walls, minimum.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere, yet someone used to live here, laugh here. Thought it was a good idea to build a swing, even.
This could be us. There's materials around, we could patch up the holes in the tin roof. Kim could swing freely while we cook in the kitchen. Off our Tari deposits. What happened here?
In this yard? Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
Book Gate in the Black Company? It's been a while since I mentioned that one. How's it going? How's the book? What's a block obscure?
A black block, a part of the city left unrenovated after the war, or one that has fallen to gang violence, or has become inhospitable in some other way.
And this part of the coast is a block obscure?
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drums. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
At least they left some old music behind. Tap the tape.
Yes, and you picked it up as part of the jam rock shuffle.
He's come to understand us. At first he was like, I do not understand the jam rock shuffle. Why do you all walk that way? And focus on containers. And now he gets it. Now it means we get to do karaoke. It's the books at this point he hadn't fully gotten. Written in the style of a diegetic narrator. Sounds exciting.
It's not meant as nagging, just an observation.
Nagging is pretty cool. I took it as admiration.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with forays into the urban hinterland, at least in this phase of the investigation.
Kim, you make it sound as if I have time for different phases of the investigation, but I think I'm going to take Joyce at her word that I've only got 5 days tops, maybe only 2 or 3 to solve this case before riots erupt. Boat under the tarpaulin. Whither? There it is. Boat, tarp. That's a solid frame. That's defense from the elements. And it's sand, so I could just burrow in at night. Dusty shelves. Oh, there's an interior. With a single chair. Oh, hold on, where's that thought? Come back, thought. Cold breeze. Dark red chair.
It's only a red chair. Just a red chair in an empty shack, with what looked like a dusty bow tie on the shelf. Nothing to see here, right?
This one's got 4 walls and a roof and furniture. We could sleep in this one. Kim, where are we? At the beginning, it's Croker, physician and surgeon. He writes, holding a little back, because he doesn't want to write all the horrors some of the brothers of the company commit. Ooh. So you're being narrated the story, but it's not the full details. That does sound exciting. And about his own adventures involving Lady, the tyrant of the Empire. That's actually pretty cool. So he's deliberately leaving stuff out. Do you get like other POVs? Since you say, in the beginning it's Croker? Then Lady, having lost much of her power, writes a book. Ah. And that one's different because she's a centuries-old sorceress. Experienced ruthless leader. So the details, the perspective are going to be different. That is cool. I like that actually, the concept of that. Kim, where are we?
In someone's abandoned shack. On the coast. In Martinez. In Ravachol.
I like how I say add that. Because he knows I'm having trouble with my memory.
He's afraid you've forgotten suddenly.
Uh-huh. What's up the red chair?
Nothing. It's just a piece of furniture.
Doesn't hide anything, but glosses over the droll, predictable or uninteresting. I like that a lot. Actually, let me quickly do a thing on this on the laptop. Swap that about. Cool.
Red paint is peeling off it. Looks like blood, no?
Alright, let's move. Inner Empire says it looks like blood, but it might not be. It is a bow tie! Oh my goodness. A bow tie for +2. Oh, but. I'm conflicted now, because a bow tie that gives more drama is amazing. I like that in concept also. But that would mean replacing my very loud necktie, and I don't know if I can do that. Postcard, Coal City 08. +2 drama versus. You're sure that wearing this tie is a statement, but you're not sure what kind of statement. Or the necktie. Vivid imagination, +1 inland empire. The door with a garish pattern, disturbingly vivid. Somehow you feel as if it'd be wrong to ever take it off. It is your friend. You'll betray it if you change it for some boring scarf. See, the game gets it. I really don't know if I can get rid of it. How's my drama right now? My drama is only at 4. I could bump it up to a whole 5. Or 5? Yeah. 4 plus 2 is 5. But I could bump it up by switching out to the bow tie, but I feel attached to this inanimate but very loud necktie with huge personality. Life to the north? The next annals is Mergen, whose rather nasty curse laid on him, which causes his soul to rip loose from his body and travel to other times and places. I've been watching more Deep Space Nine lately, and that sounds just like the episode where O'Brien gets hit by a bunch of radiation of tachyon whatever, or chromatic whatever, and ends up constantly falling 5 hours into the future. Writes a lot about his own story, about events of the past he witnesses. One of his books, he speaks to Croker, who lambasts him for being too self-centered in what he writes down, rather than paying attention to the company's history. This all is really cool. I like this. This is Black Company, is said. Black Company. Are they all like this, or is it this book in particular that's taken this approach? Bush is too thick and thorny. Wait, there's people here. Cinder blocks. Makeshift fire pit. There are empty houses to claim. And there's a fire, and there's company. There's people here to make friends with. Nice lads a lot, I'm sure. New pants. +1 to Kingdom of Consciousness. Intersolary trousers. We just got the whole lowdown on what intersolary and those other glossary terms mean. I've already forgotten. +1 to the Kingdom of Consciousness. They look nice, but I like the black jeans better.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense.
Wait, no,
You're
Kingdom of
right in
Consciousness.
at some pleasant dinner
Oh
party.
no, that's... Wait. Oh wait, no, that's not related to the interplanetary stuff. That's political, right? Isn't Kingdom of Consciousness like the moralist stuff? I think I'm remembering that suddenly. The last few books, at least this one, is called Sleepy. She's a recent inductee of the company and is not officially the analyst, but the company is almost extinct, so she took the job. Just like Nog's Field Commission, it's all back to Deep Space Nine. She's from a different place and culture from the rest, and she writes from a very personal place, obfuscating stuff she doesn't want to examine too closely. Rough childhood with a bad uncle, tends to dissociate, joins as a boy 15. You know, this isn't quite related, but that whole different place and culture from the rest, and so writes differently. That's kind of why it's important to diversify workplaces and public places and writing and so on. It's not just for diversity points, it's because you do get wholly new perspectives, sometimes critically overlooked ones. Apparently not a new thing to happen to the company. Several sworn brothers of the company turned out to be women when their brothers dressed them after their death. Cool. In the company, all our brothers, doesn't matter. Not to spoil too much, but that kind of reminds me of, what was it, Monstrous Regiment that Terry Pratchett wrote? Was rather fond of that one. I like regular normal things, or a fashion faux pas. Discard the thoughts and the pants.
Let's hope no one saw you wearing those outrageously regular, almost moralist pants.
I've lost the interrizolary trousers for taking that option. That's okay. That's fine. I got my regular black jeans. Hey, a bench.
The
To pass the
worn
time
and
on?
beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
What's this say? Allez-vous-en? Quick, oh my goodness, there is quick travel. 3 days into the game. What's the mechanic? Is it through the map? You are here. Box of sunglasses. Oh, there's a travel here option. Here's the thing though. In general, time seems to travel during dialogue. Either internal or external. And doesn't seem to pass when just traveling about. So I have to wonder if fast travel passes time or no. They have a habit of discarding malicious, cruel, or bullying people who join. Good? Say what you will about militaries being like the truncheon of capital and whatnot, all very true. But the good ones at least? Good ones. Okay, the professional ones at least do kind of have that as a standard. Surprise, surprise, even the US military, a lot slips through the cracks, especially in places where the good old boys end up in power, but in general, those types are a liability. They recognize if they go someplace to some host country and they're all just doing war crimes, that's very quickly turns an entire country against you. And in recent books, they've started to learn what the company actually is. From the start, they're just sort of honorable, skilled mercenaries who look out for one another. How deep does this go with her? How deep does this go? Is it like their origins was X? Or is somebody pulling their strings? Tare. Fish. That is fish, right? Looks like fish to me. Dance, Kim, dance. He's finally got it. He's got the disco bug. He stayed with me for so long that he's finally had a collapse. Who's Kim going to be? If Harry became Raphael, who is Kim? Okay, Kim, that's enough. You gotta be the adult. You gotta be the voice of reason. Turns out there's more to the story than that. Oh, major spoilers. In that case, maybe I shouldn't ask. And leave it for myself to discover. Boots? Cavalry boots? Perception? Boat floating freely. There's a ladder. Could I go in? Leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp. Aw, too cute. The first book is good, but a bit weird and heavy. I like good, weird, and heavy. And from there, steadily gets better.
Hi, officer.
Oh, that is so cute. She's wearing fishing lures in her ear. I have no clue who this is, but already I'm enamored with her.
Anything I can help you with?
Where exactly are we? What is your name? Move on. Where are we first?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Illisible.
Looks to the north. 3-4. Depends on perspective. Well, you have made a fine ambassador for the series. I might have to look into it.
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
Okay, so Lillian, what is your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
The cool sword? Nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story.
Well, that's a story.
It's to intimidate folks mostly.
That's also a story. I bet that itself has attracted stories. What has the sword repelled through its presence alone? Book of North? 3-4? I think perspectives of the really cool one's fairly simple. One of them, though, namely Silver Spike, is a spin-off, kind of. I don't mind Gaiden books. It's a good book, but suffers for not having any of the characters you'd cared to follow at the time. See, I'm a total weirdo. Whenever everybody else says, oh man, this arc is boring, I want to go back to the main cast. No, see, I just love more story. So I'm all about following the side characters for a while, or following up on the B plots for 30 pages, or 30 chapters, or whatever. Like with Overlord. For whatever reason, Reddit didn't really like the Lizardman stuff. I love the Lizardman stuff. It was all going to come back to Ainz eventually. But the Lizardmen were cool, you know? And so, more Lizardman stuff was great for me. And as great as a standalone story, well, there you go. I love me some good standalones. From the Books of the South, very different. Okay, this is only titles and all so far, but I'm actually kind of piqued with Books of North and Books of South, and there being stylistic differences between the two. That's actually pretty sexy. That's pretty disco. Go from standardish European medieval fantasy to something like India, Near East, medieval fantasy setting. Books of Glittering Stone, cosmic horror plus fantasy. Okay, I have got to make a note because I am being sold. A series of dark fantasy books written by American author Glenn Cook. Pretty sure this is the one then. (1984, 1984, 1985). Dang, this has been around. 90s, 2000. Short stories, 2022. Cool. And doesn't look overly expansive or truculent to get into. Alright. If I could ignore the Cook uses a tiny bit of not horrid racist shit, but slight Orientalism. You know what? It is an American author writing about that stuff, so it's bound to happen, right? The important thing is to approach it with an air of critical analysis. Could inform a bit on the mind of the author as I read along. But I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Does she know how to use a sword? It is imposing. Isn't that what guns are for? Does she know how to use it?
Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
Few members of the company who are small and black and come from a loincloth-wearing jungle culture. It really is hard to escape some of the more unfortunate tropes. And especially coming from a Pacifica peoples who are often the recipient of such tropes as well. You know, I wouldn't say you get accustomed to it to the sense that, oh, it's going to happen, but you kind of expect that in a given time and place, certain people are going to be more likely to use some outdated tropes. And as a reader, 20, 30 years in the future, all I can do is sigh and tut. How goes the voices in my head, Corpse Eater? It's only been half an hour, because it's been a late start. Because we're still feeling the political effects of 2016's turnout. So they haven't had too much time to argue back and forth just yet. My voices have celebrated that they have found some music we could sing at karaoke. They've celebrated that I've gotten rid of some very boring pants. So apart from that, they've been docile voices this morning. Both are wizards, powerful in their own right. Sure, but portrayals can draw from like a bunch of unfortunate places too. If you had, like, a glorified caveman speaking in Ungabungas, dragging his papoose wearing missus by her hair and say this is supposed to be some great wizard from the south, it's still pretty ouch, you know? There's also a bunch of Japanese-inspired people who are slightly orientalized. If only slightly, I'm gonna be very surprised. That in itself is an accomplishment, except they are very racist themselves, whereas everyone who is not them for reasons despise outsiders, because they have seers who determine that horrid shit will happen. So kind of drawing from the mystery of the East and the history of isolationism. The sword is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Hey, mass-produced stuff can be intimidating too. Why do you need intimidation tactics?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And
I believe
me,
it.
Men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
I also believe that. Can I borrow the sword? Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective? And where are the men now? Proceed. Ask in turn then, can I borrow it?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check would put me in an early grave.
Then why don't more women arm
What
themselves?
makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that.
One Eye and Tom Tom aren't much of that stuff. Tom Tom uses a drum to cast. Alright, I see what you're getting from. Where like, I get it, I do.
That goes for men too, but they put on an act for us.
More so,
Pretend
it was
like
an example I was
everything's
using
good
earlier.
and living
Like
in
an
shit
extreme
doesn't bother
example
them.
that possibly
Like
didn't
anyone
apply to the
falls for
book
that.
itself. Put an act for us. Behold. Point to the expression of my face. They put on an act, pretend everything's good, and living in shit doesn't bother them. Gotta go with the expression. That's gonna like confirm what she's saying. She likes it. The expression claims another victory. Yeah. Exactly with her. But like on its own, it might not be anything, right? But at a very minimum, it does give one room to pause and think. At a very minimum. I haven't read the books myself. I've only got your descriptions, so I can't make any firm judgment here or there. But it does give thought.
Not bad.
Find someone else to laugh at? Nah, it was fine. Raphael could laugh. Do you like it?
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
She's a sword. We're the shield. This is a beautiful future. And in the books, as the years pass IRL, this stuff gets a bit lesser anyway. Yeah, 84 according to Wikipedia. I looked it up quickly, and according to Wikipedia, it does start 84.
The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast.
So where's all the men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them ended up marrying.
Somebody else got the cool fishhook earrings. If they're thick-headed.
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
Aww.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Where is he now then?
Gone.
Oh. Gone where? Coward. I would never leave anyone. Disappeared. Sounds like a missing person case. Given the melancholy and the very terse voice acting on Gone. Raphael, he's dead. What is the least offensive answer? Gone where?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
That's bad what happened? Oh. Say no more, wait for her to continue.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later.
She got a body. That is most that you get sometimes. We're a large ocean-shaped people ourselves, so we do have the missing at sea in our family. I think most people do. Getting the corpse, it's a blessing, miss. You got that at least. You gotta bury him.
Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Raphael. Raphael with your expression. She says she's moved on. Where's the option? Death is nothing. I shit on death. Should have thrown yourself in the waves after him? No. Time is the best cure for sorrow, isn't it? Healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheels spinning. 3 or 4. 3 or 4. Platitude. Time is the best cure for sorrow, in it.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on.
Has that luxury?
Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
In general, I don't trust electrochemistry, because electrochemistry is thinking with his libido, or his libido for chemicals. But she liked my expression. She's moved on from the sinewy drunk who got himself lost at sea.
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
Kim's president makes it awkward. Don't know a good spot yet, explore the coast. It's a heroic level suggestion. Needs to go on a date with another drunk. Badly. Yeah, electrochemistry is my libido. That's why I can't trust it here. I think, right, there's 3 things going for this. She's cute. I like her earrings. And she appears to have good chemistry with Raphael. He's a bit of a dork, but a bit of a dork that made her laugh. You know, he's not a threatening person to her. He's a comfortable thing, so I think there's future, there's potential. I think there is, but electrochemistry, he's not approaching this from that level, you know? He's thinking of, she's hot, she's ready, go for it, man. And I can't listen to that voice. Not for this needs tact. For now, his outcome aligns with my thinking here, but need strategy to approach this if we're going to do this. What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
What else? Well, the necktie did. Okay. So my libido and my horrific necktie are in accord, but I can't just rush in like my necktie wants to do. I gotta look around first. I gotta find some good date spots. I have to come back at night when it's more romantic, when Kim's not around. And in this future, I've cemented the fact that I tore the boots off the body's legs in the freezer when I have no plausible deniability or excuse, so Kim is going to hate me. So later tonight, when we go back to the Hardy Boys to talk about the 8th Hardy's involvement in the drug trade and talk to the victim of the mercenary in her room, assuming she lets us in, I know she goes for a smoke around noontime on the roof. And she doesn't answer her door. We have permission to talk to her now. When all that is done, then have Kim get the body back to processing. And right before he does, he'll have the biggest, most disappointed blow up at us for stripping the corpse of its legs. Then, when he's gone, we'll come back. What else do you do?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic Insular Indian cuisine.
Is that enough for a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Sometimes it gives you 2-week bloated corpses of your husband.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Okay, Rhetoric. Rhetoric knows what's up. My libido and my tie want her. But you gotta listen to the voice of reason.
This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Don't have to be guarded? But don't make it sound like I'm just one of those animals who need the sword to beat off. Interesting, what have you found? Never thought the sea brought in anything particularly interesting. Walking on the beach sounds quite romantic. Okay, I feel like that's guarded. That's too on the nose. What have you found? Exactly with her. Reason doesn't want to be drooling on her cleavage. I don't either. I like her earrings, and I like the chemistry these two have. I don't want to be an animal. What have you found?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Oh no. Okay, Rhetoric. I need to know about those human bodies. A mine. The RCM could use a mine. Where is it? Drugs. I need info. Major narc. Place looks bad. Why don't you leave? Well, this is home. The kids are here. Human bodies are likely to be people washed up, lost at sea. Maybe murders dumped in, but we can't really do anything about that, can we? RCM could use a mine. Where is it? I could use a mine for intimidation. Mine or make it about her? Why don't you leave? Now, go for the mine.
Well, the RCM has to wait for another one, because some army folks came by, took it in the middle of the bay and blew it up.
Ah!
The blast was surprisingly timid for such a huge spiky thing.
Okay, alright. Is that your skiff, the overturned boat?
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
See, Lillian gets it. Joyce is all like, why on earth would I bother to name my boat? Looking for someone, could you help?
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
Missing Cryptozoologist. That it is a list here makes me think maybe there's more missing people we could ask about at some point. Cryptozoologist, you see them? Looking for reed insects?
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
People who look for imaginary animals. Who look for animals who are hard to find. People who look for animals mainstream scientists deny exist. Animals that are very hard to find.
Aha! Like snowmen.
Snowmen? Tell us about these new cryptids.
Two odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
Wait, the like?
Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture.
I think that's them.
Oh, you're getting it. And it is gorgeous.
Where'd they go?
I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
Oh, that's it.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Okay, I'm gonna blow my chances. If we have Everard collect her signature. She's one of those people we're gonna kick out of the streets then. She's probably squatting with her family in whatever hovel has 4 concrete walls and a roof. And Everard wants to demolish it or turn it into a youth center. Could we get any more on the lowdown if we ask for it?
Were you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the Union building?
So far, it's only presented as construction noise. But what if that construction noise is construction noise as her house gets demolished with heavy machinery? And she's got no choice but to flee. Turn some of the village into a youth center.
What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that.
Disinterest.
She sounds incredulous about the niceness of the idea.
But what exactly? Give her my pen? Or don't sign the papers? I want more information here. We have a bit more information that I may or may not be able to use to squeeze Everard. But I might have to do this anyway for the gun. Thought what exactly?
That Everard and the Union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess Union members have children too.
This is also implying that Everard's telling the truth about the nature of this building.
And those members have a vote when electing the head of the local chapter.
Give her my pen. Or don't sign the papers. Maybe he does just want to demolish things. To evict these layabouts out. And get them working for him where they got wages, I don't know. To pay up to him, expand his domain of influence. As pro-union as me and my character are, this particular one is kind of headed by a small-time gang. Like an actual gang. On second thought, don't sign. Could I come back to it if I ask her to? Ooh, just sign it.
He has a pen and everything.
A doubtful look in her eyes.
Here you go.
Why did you sign it?
I shouldn't have.
It's Everard, so it's probably a mistake. It's a youth center, why should it to you? It's Everard. So what's your reasoning?
Probably, but it is a youth centre and I have children. Got to give them something else to do. They're cute and small now, but they're growing up fast. I had my first drink when I was 11 because I was so bored.
Okay, 4th reason then. Cute, love her earrings, great chemistry with Raphael, and she's a good mum with a good head on her shoulders.
Anyhow, you also need Isabel's signature. If it's a bad idea, she won't sign. You'll find she's a tougher nut to crack than me.
A +1 for reassurance about the documents? Ooh. Okay, we just gotta get rid of those -7s. Mortare. More +1 experience for clicking on circles. Can I go in here? No, I can't go in there. Suriram. Suriram to you too. Oh, those little kids, are those hers? I can't speak to everybody though. I can, but it's already noon. go inside.
You stop mid-step and put your hand on a garish necktie.
That bottle, Bratan! Just look at that bottle!
What bottle? Where? Do I care about any bottle? Cool. What do I do next? What bottle?
In this drunk's hand, on the pipe there, glowing blue, a mysterious, otherworldly blue, filled to the brim with holy mysteries.
Really don't care about the bottle. What next?
Oh, I think this is about so much more than cool. Please go talk to him. See what it's about. I'm drawn to it.
Is it a special Tari worth 15 cents? Who's got the blue bottle? I don't see a blue bottle. In his hand? Looks like he's holding a bottle. This money to the ground. Alright, I'll listen to my horrific necktie. The day's not over yet.
Hey, Tequila!
Oh, he knows me.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Apparently he knows me. Shake his hand.
So what's happening?
Wait, tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
It has him listed as Idiot Doom Spiral.
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you called someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
Inland Empire, please. We are Raphael Ambrosius Costeau now.
I like this guy. You should too. He respects you by calling you your true name.
Not too hot. 50-year losing streak. Oh, it is 50 years now. Reality makes me aggressively sad. I don't know. People tell me I'm a cop. I'm getting used to that. I had re-entered reality to conquer it. To bend it to my will. I am the law. Ba-ba-ba-ba. They're all such good options this time. No, Harry was made aggressively sad by reality and his 50-year losing streak. Raphael is here to conquer it. But I'm not sure about being the law to do it. People tell me I'm a cop. I'm still getting used to it.
It's good to hear that you're on top of things. Talking about used to, did you know that I used to be a real mover and shaker? Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
Any day now. Any day it's all gonna turn around.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks.
We have a fraternity.
Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
What is a tequila sunset? You keep saying it.
It's you. You're Tequila Sunset.
How do you know?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
No, the memory.
I don't think you're ready for that grade of reality yet. It'd be ill-advised for me to tell you. You gotta go do the intro yourself. Come back when you've been to the motor carriage. Tequila.
To the motor
He
carriage.
points toward the waterline
Oh,
with
what
his
line?
bottle.
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
You know, there was a hole in the fence at the whirling that Gart blames on me, and there were motor tracks leading out from it. As an officer of the law, did I come here with my own motor carriage, crash it into the whirling backyard, and then drive it off into the sea? If the drawbridge was down then, I wouldn't have to take the canal lock, because the canal lock definitely can outfit a car.
Place!
Please don't go. Don't go.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
Okay, I'll be back once I see the motor car.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
I see Tari on the ground, but I can't take such Tari. It is there, Tari. $116, almost, to a guaranteed 6 nights. Okay, what about? Crack it open. Hey, more magnesium? Talk to the kids, I'll talk to them later. Can walk down into the reeds, which is probably fine. There's bugs in there. Black swallows, aw, cute. Is that a tiny shovel? Raphael, take it. You never know when you need a tiny shovel. Just mirror. Oh well. It's further, plus 1 XP. 56 now. Mazoot, 57. Should have got that thought a long time ago. All those dots gone unclicked, points unclaimed. Ooh, box. 1845, getting closer. More could travel. Oh my goodness, just how big is this world? Up to the church now. Oh, there's an egg. Is there an egg? This is about where the egg is on the map. Back out of the fisherman shacks. Wait, so lock open. Have I got all the world open to me now? Kick drum pulse. $255, nice. Immediate gold obtained. What is this anyway? Chained to the ocean and who knows where. Rusty gears. Ferry maybe? Is it a ferry house? This is quickly gone from fall enamored with someone with cute earrings to explore the entire open world. Room 1147. Church. Could the post hide treasures? Do they? Or just lots of bugs? Ooh. Potent Pilsner. And I got 2 types of alcohol. Do they all hold stuff? I thought it'd be like the whole thing. They all hold stuff. Oh my goodness, that's great. And magnesium. This is a treasure trove. What the heck? A drawbridge from the other side. fish. Okay. Going to scope out more of this northern coast from the water side. More money to church. Ah, missed it. It's critical that I get every single penny. Hey, stones. Pastels. Is this it? The camp of the Cryptozoologists. Tribalistic markings.
A pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
What is this, internal voices?
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
I don't see anybody by the ice, by the tent. Somebody's home away from home. Oh, there is someone. Okay. After I scavenge around her home a bit more, we can go inside before talking to her. Nah, that'd be rude. Seen a couple of old cryptozoologists?
In her late teens or early 20s, kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Too young electrochemistry, too young. It's freezing, dear child. Where is your hat?
Huh?
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder.
I said you should have a hat on.
So should you.
I'm wearing what? I should and do point to my hat.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
You should wear one too, if you plan on staying outside of this weather.
Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
What did she just say? That's not how a civilian is supposed to address an officer of the law.
A red shirt that can't be retried. Regain authority! Is that kind of language really necessary, child?
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else.
See, authority, we don't always have to bring down the truncheon.
My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me.
What's your name?
A cell.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
And surname? Asel who? I'm not a young suitor. This is official police business. There, it's for official police business.
Okay, it's Burger.
You have little reason to doubt that's her real name, but she's not all that surprised by this cop show questioning, is she?
What are you doing out here in the cold then?
Recording, I guess.
Recording what?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that'll sound.
What happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them. I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie.
Son
That
of
had
her
probably
junk.
pawned off for something suspicious.
For some reason, drama has started to hiss out his S's. It's not the first time. What are these recordings for, the cracks of footsteps?
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device, the thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish, very useless all of a sudden.
Have I seen synthesizers? I've seen speakers. I've seen boom boxes. I don't think I've seen Synth yet.
The sharp drop in endorphins is almost visible, like a warm blanket has fallen off her shoulders. The wave of chill, the quivering jaw, indications of a drug high.
Take this, you're cold.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
So conscientious.
It's okay.
Now this is where her hat will come in handy. Give her my hat. No, this is my froggy visor. You said it's supposed to be a music place. What is?
That?
The
The boys
church?
think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
The boys?
Yeah. Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here and the boys are inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Stuff like what?
Music stuff mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it.
You mean like those headphones your boyfriend sold? Why not leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze? I'll ask both. But the headphones?
Yep. They were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those.
And why not leave some outside?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really.
It could be replaced.
Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
This is where a hat would come in handy.
Yeah, maybe you were right about the hat.
I should switch to a lesser hat, then offer my hat. Other
Go
questions?
ahead.
Empathy is what? Tape recorder lies on the ice like a discarded toy, pick it up. You seem chill, being questioned. Why is that?
Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what cops do.
Have you been questioned before?
Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revershow experience they get east of the river.
What's east?
Rich people. Rich people are east of the river.
Who are these rich people? They sound wonderful. I'd like to be one. I bet they're really rich. They must be very special people to be so rich. Lean in, whisper, let me guess. These rich people are not from around here. My immediate read is, they're not local boys, they're from across the river. But given the conservative answers that sometimes pops up, I'm assuming he means it's foreign rich people in it. Strange. The existence of rich people does not stir any emotion in me. Good to know. I feel like this is sarcasm. That's sarcasm, right? I'm gonna sneer and be sarcastic.
Oh, they are. And I'm scum.
I'm scum too. You are not scum. I want to say you are not scum, but if there's one thing I have learned from the internet post 2013, is that if somebody embraces the haha LMAO I'm trash personality, you can't talk them out of it. You could only step into their world. I'm scum too.
She nods apprehensively.
Apprehensively. You're not like me, copper, you're a cop. What trouble have you gotten into with the
The
police?
usual. I had a shitty run as a teenager.
What's the usual?
You know, drinking, getting into fights. The ugly stuff that happens when you move out your parents' place at 13. In Forberg.
Interesting term. Time to glean some knowledge.
What is in Fall Bill?
Is this a rhetorical question?
No, I literally cannot remember even the most basic terms sometimes.
Faubourg, not in Faubourg. It's a massive banlieue south of Jamrock Quarter. It is the largest ghetto in Revachol, possibly the world.
I know what Jamrock is, but let's see I didn't. And why did you have to move out when you were so young?
My dad was a drunk. Plus, I guess I just wanted to drink too, get my party on.
I get that. I'm a major party animal myself. Major. Drinking, partying, disco music are bad for you. You should take me as a warning example. He should be a good role model, but he should also be true to himself. An insincere role model is easily seen through. I'm gonna be enough of a warning of what not to do. If I just embrace who I am.
Alright.
Smiles out meaning to. Did I get any bonus to my empathy roll? Okay, let me leave for now.
Okay. Bye.
Switch out my hat so I could offer her a different hat and keep my frogs and my +1 perception. Reaction speed for -1 rhetoric. Plus it's her color. Wait, I still got glasses on? -1 drama? Oh, so drama would be at 5 right now if not for that. Logic but less authority. Perception. What's the current one? Composure for less savoir-faire. But I have a +1 to my savoir-faire, so it's basically cancelled out. Savoir-faire of 3. Composure of 6. Composure of 6. So my composure is alright. Given Z here. Perception. Could always use more perception. Plus. Probably better for the ice. Okay. Take my hat, now that I swapped out my preferred hat. Out here in the cold.
Recording. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. The musicians. Anyway, I don't really.
She looks at the sharp.
Take this. Your cop.
No, man.
It's okay.
Here, child, you need this more than I do.
Thanks.
Lossy orange bum hat, oh no. Other questions then.
ahead.
+1, gave the hat! Okay, I'm gonna do it. It's only 70% chance of failure. Fail!
The device
Ah,
is
knew
to
it!
touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice.
Okay, the smart play would have been take the fail at 73 or whatever %. Just to squeeze the dice out, shake off their bad luck, and then give her the hat to get the +1 modifier, and then re-unlock it. Tell me about the music place you've been planning at the church.
It's supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
What is anodic dance music?
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Electronic instruments? Like what?
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like. If it ever comes.
We are going to get that future in an empire. We're going to make it very disco. The future we could have had, if not for the anti-disco riots. The disco. The disco future. That the likes of the Electric Light Orchestra and Queen tried to bring into this dark and dismal world as the 80s and 90s progressed. And that lives on in some minor influences here or there, waiting to break out of their shell when the world is prepared for it. You want her the church into a club?
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, you two are cops.
No, we're police. Yes, why do you ask?
Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right?
Of course, citizen, we'll talk to him.
They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else? Go ahead.
No, that's it for now. Maybe it might be a point if I ask about the device again.
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
And the wires?
Actually, just one wire I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
And a contact microphone is what?
A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
How's it work?
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble.
Structure-borne sounds, like institutional stuff? Where'd you get it?
Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum.
And the Palaceum is what?
Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole.
Maybe we could take the gal with the cool fishhook earrings to the Palaceum.
It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real
And
musicians.
Jamrock, though.
I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
It sounds like a place for congregating homosexuals. Yeah, it sounds awesome. Who's this Arno guy?
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Palaceum going kind of person.
Assessing my age. Hey, I was disco. I laid the foundations that Arno walks on today. I get down.
I don't know what that means.
I grind.
I don't know what that means either.
I'm hip beyond my years. Nor do I, but I have concrete evidence that I rock. In the form of a wrecked tape player at a completely trash hostel room. Neither do I, actually. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Get down, grind. It means I'm hip beyond my years.
That's cool.
She doesn't know what to say. You're right. Time has deserted me.
Sucks, man.
Ah, minus one morale
Is there
damage for
something
admitting
else?
it.
About the contact mic, perhaps?
Okay, some non-mic questions.
Okay.
Didn't get any bonuses for it? Okay, that's fine. See if I can't find anybody else up the coast before I spend some time in the tent to get the lowdown on what's going on with the church. Nobody up here. Madane's there. Okay, so for Raphael's well-being, I cannot admit that time has abandoned me. What's up this thing then? Dead phone.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change.
Picking up a handset isn't a commitment. I just want to see if I could hear a dial tone or anything.
You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
Okay, that's all I want to do. The phone works. Confirmation, this phone does work. Close? Electricity...
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad.
Touch it.
The cloth, if you can still call it that, makes a soft crunching sound as you thrust your finger into it.
We'll look closer than if it's that
It's
gross.
streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
It might be a clue, Kim.
A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jackets?
It could have been multiple seagulls. What if the true murderer was 15 seagulls in a jacket, very much like this? Oh, come on, Kim. You were all about this personality yesterday. What changed?
A poet could write a dozen verses and still not begin to capture the profound vexation in that sigh. You should still take it.
Interfacing says I should, Kim. I'm sorry. A filthy jacket. It's probably diamond, Kim. You can't get diamond without digging in the dirt. Mortare. Makeshift roof. And more stuff out here? How are these supposed to go? It just keeps going. Okay, this platform here is going to be the furthest extent for current exploration. Want to explore more to the west before advancing forward. Postcards. Coin operated weighing machine is what's provide the 100th experience point. New glasses. Mega Binos prescription lenses. But it's not my prescription for -1 perception, but +2 encyclopedia. Or wearing thick nerd glasses. To well actually everyone to death. Now this.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
How did this jacket get so disgusting?
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it?
It's okay. I've got 7 magnesium. Give it to me.
Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try. Seriously.
Let me huff. Okay, think about it.
It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it.
I'm wearing gloves, it's okay.
It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
Gross.
Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck.
Flick my hands. Maybe if I wipe my hands on my pants. Flick my hands.
Now you're just
morale.
everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
It's because
As
it's
you
gross,
hold it in
right?
your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
Fondle it.
There is no why.
Oh, I lost my chance by saying gross. I thought it was one of those scenarios where it's like, say one thing, then say the second thing. Oh well. So I lose out on a really cool jacket that's buried in bird poop. Stuff in here. Oh, that's a door that I can't get access. Aww. Parent and child, what's this say? Failed electrical? Revishal
You
development?
see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D.
Where's the R&D? Oh. Recherche et développement.
A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now,
I can
only
read.
a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Oh, sure, Kim, you can be poetic, but I can't. At least not for seagulls. Philadelphia pry bar. Nosafed and what? 525, nice. Biggest random change yet, I think. Almost have enough for 7 nights. Okay, kid, you guys see any cryptozoologists about?
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kituragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
He sounds moneyed, he's dressed nice, he's wearing a smile, and he knows Kim by name. Who is this?
Nice to meet you.
Hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
What was that about the windows?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
You know, that's kind of why I've had to rearrange this room how many times to avoid the shifting seasonal sun from that window right there. You and Kim know each other.
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course.
Is he that
Mikhail,
famous?
Say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
My half-brother? Well, let's see. He looks nice and has a nice voice and knows Kim. Could be a politician? Somebody who would interact quite a bit with the RCM? Do you look like someone who has money? Do you have any money?
I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
Oh, come on!
He's not gonna give you money. What are you doing? Clearly you were just profiling.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. I was establishing that he has money.
No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
I don't want your money. Just want to see whether my profiling skills are working. Could I have some unimportant money then? If it's just a thing to you, rhetoric's backing me up.
Oh no, I don't have it, officer. I was talking in more general terms. I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry huge amounts of cash on such expeditions.
A few real then, a few cents to call the way home?
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff. Does he work out?
Do you work out?
I do some Lomantang stick fighting now and then.
What's a Lomantan stick fighting? Not really into the practice, just want to know how often you work out now and then. What's stick fighting?
It's an anthropological heritage of the Lomantang people. A martial art of sorts, but what not a lot of books mention is that it also carries a cultural significance among the Lomantangs, as it used to be the best means of showing off to look for a bride, which,
3 hours later.
interestingly enough, brings us to the socio-economic structure of the traditional and rural tribes of the Lomantang Isles, which... But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying...
I don't really remember. I don't care about the practice. How often do you work out?
Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a Berolidin addiction. I've been practicing it for nearly 20 years now, so you could say that my doses have grown a little peculiar.
Wait, what does this man know about Pyrrolidon addiction?
What is an addiction? What an interesting metaphor. Or perhaps not a metaphor at all.
You got me, detective. But my history should hardly come as a surprise.
Here's a former junkie. I can recognize one when I see it.
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours. He has a special room for that and a special costume.
Maybe not a politician, maybe he's been picked up before in his junkie life? Nah, but he's too clean now. That would be like too long ago for Kim to be relevant to his experiences on the wrong end of the law. I don't know who he is yet.
That's right,
He's
Mikhail.
got money.
It also has a meditative
So,
quality.
might be a
Helps to
politician.
clear my head. But anyway.
What's so fascinating about the old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was
They still
once
have
a
ink
top
cartridges?
dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D?
What's an orange? Oh, challenge failed encyclopedia. Okay, it's on brand for Raphael, who's lost all his memory. What's an R&D department?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. You're probably more familiar with RTD, research and technological development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
Look at the building.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
I don't think I've heard of failed electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era.
Take notes, chat. This is gonna be on the test.
Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here.
What was the ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
A tape computer? Magnetic tape, not radios? Preposterous.
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer. Which
It'll
is
never
a feat
happen.
of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
But what happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
You're saying Field Electrical built this boardwalk? What happened to the engineers? What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers? How do those tape computers work? Okay. Keep those notes going.
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed.
Oh, no pleasure wheel?
A pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel. lighting up
Ferris wheel?
coast.
I had to end stream a little bit early yesterday because Boyfriend wanted to go to the local fair, and they had a Ferris wheel. And maybe it's because he's all of 5'0" and half an inch, but he's a bit frightened of heights. So I had to talk him into going on the Ferris wheel.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics.
They got cybernetics
But
going
history
too.
had other plans.
Or the cybernetics question. What happened to the engineers, the company
Oh, I'm
people?
afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
Is that another penis and ball drawing? It is.
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
Turn to Mikhail. They all got shot in the head because they were bourgeois. Now, do you know what the bourgeoisie is? I'm gonna lose some points if I take that answer, aren't I? They were bourgeois.
Officer, I told you this chapter of history wasn't on Mikhail's curriculum yet. Let's keep this kid-friendly.
The boy looks first at you, then back at his father, confused.
He's got the seed of the idea. He's gonna ask questions now. What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
What is that?
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
Okay, what is that?
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept
But what does it say? What's the gist?
You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree.
What was the message?
I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
He's sticking out the bourgeoisie. How do those tape computers work? Like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
They look like 90s Mac computers with the translucent, colorful shells.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort,
Dum.
It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center?
He did indeed, reaction speed, just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum
He
Center.
did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
Okay, Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, Paul Lockerman, Keith and Guy Juice, what are you talking about?
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
You're making this up. Kim, is he making this up? There's no place called Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center of Arts. Kim?
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
I'm getting so many thoughts I could think about, but there's only literally 4 spaces left. I might have to override some of my internalized thoughts, sacrificing 2 skill points just for 1, effectively. Wumpty Dumpty Dom. -1 suggestion because I'm an outsider to this whole thing. It's Wednesday evening. Oh, cool. It's even tracking what time of day it is and what day it is. And something heinously exciting is underway. People have gathered beneath the billowing roof of an oddly shaped trophy building, sipping wine, exchanging opinions. 29-year-old Wunder twins, Guy and Keith Juiced, stars at a show with their bomber jackets and white sneakers. Head curators of the art exhibition. It's the Wumpy Domdy Dommiest event of the year, and all the cool kids have RSVP'd. Where are you, if you are not there? Wumpty Dumpty Dom. Fair weather, magnesium, honor glands, actual art degree. I do think I want to internalize actual art degree. There's gotta be more conceptualization. But it might be a disadvantage to something else as well, since it's pretentious caricature of art, I think.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Cool. I've seen cooler. The RCM should get some of those.
Even 1 would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to the precious device. But so they did. The failed playback experiment vanished into the fires of 07.
What is a failed playback experiment?
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the failed playback experience, but those are incorrect.
And why the revolutionaries destroyed it?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
Okay, that's it. History is finally
Of
done.
course. What else?
I want to hear about the film, but no, that's it. Thanks for the information.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain. If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
That's alright. At least you got to put ideas about the bourgeois into the kid's head. Not that he was paying attention anyway. So, the drunks said to look at the motor carriage to the north. I haven't seen any. More magnesium. Oversized superstar sunglasses. No boat in the boathouse. Money. What is a person? 2 peoples. One with the backpack. Could this be them? This is probably them. They got tiny cages. They're in the reeds. So cool. If you found them, then great. We can go back to Lena, tell her that good news, her husband's alive.
Patch of reeds over there. It's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water.
What's this about?
Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old boy bobbing in the water. Time to go.
You say so, Inland Empire. Military blockades with bullet holes. Soggy logs that won't light up. Alright. Scab leader, Hardy Boys. The murder weapon. Perform advanced analysis using hand-eye coordination. Morale. Is what I've used to? Hold on, before I switch to you. I'm not even wearing a hat. And I'm wearing the proper clothes for talking to people. Less drama, more visual calculus. Electrocam, perception, composure, conceptualization, esprit de corps, and shiver. Probably not going to need physical instruments. Logic for less authority. Maybe I'll need more logic or maybe more drama for cryptozoologists. 2 authority but less composure. More drama as opposed to more conceptualization. Encyclopedia, maybe? How's my visual calc? 3? Could drop it to 2. Nah, this is alright, I think. Just getting my froggy hat back. Moral!
Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this gem.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Crypto-fascist? Oh no.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
Moral, the cryptozoologist?
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Your wife's looking for you.
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Not too happy to see the RCM.
Oh no, it's alright. I'm just busy. What's this about?
Lena sent me. Really worried about you, just waiting for you to get back.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
I walk. Water loss been fixed. Fine when I crossed it.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Job done.
This is a man possessed, always on the brink of some breakthrough. He won't leave if there's a sliver of hope. The great find might happen today.
So we find his find, or we crush his dreams.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we go in.
Okay. If I'm gonna take some time talking to them, maybe I should try to internalize some thoughts to kill some time and advance them. What have I got? And what's gonna take what time? Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center is only 42 minutes at the cost of one suggestion. The Fairweather T500. 3.5 hours. I probably should have started this before I got here. It's only one savoir faire. And it might be important to find the gaps in this armor before speaking to the so-called not strike leader, scab leader. Internalize it. But I also want to try out the art degree. It's -1 perception. Overproductive honor glance wasn't too bad, just takes a whole lot of drama. But I've only got 1, 2, and 3. It's just 1, 2, and 3 left. And then the full personality of Detective Raphael Ambrosius Costeau is done. What have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4 that seem interesting. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff we haven't even seen yet. Well, there'll probably be more experiences and more points to unlock. I want to swap stuff around. Maybe I'll grow as a person, and some vestige of the old life, like William le Million, or something else with no immediate benefit. Endurance raised to 4. -1 logic, but all these learning caps raised to 6. Is kind of a -1 of visual calculus and authority, but an additional 4 XP when taking left-wing dialogue options, +1 for every orb. Detective Costeau has to stay. Finger pistols has to stay. Maybe Lonesome Long Way Home could be replaced. Give me that actual art degree.
Hello.
Okay.
What can I do for you, officer?
And now that we have stuff on the menu to take up some time, tell us about the phasmid.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
What makes it so difficult to find?
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there?
There really are.
And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists in our present case.
What sorts of specialized techniques is a phasmid using to hide itself?
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolve, without studying a live specimen.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
How big is a phasmid?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant.
Really?
One known
How giant are we
species
talking?
of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodeozoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
You expect to find a phasmid the size of a grown man's forearm among these reeds, blending as a reed. I don't see any thick, beefy trogdor arm reeds. Why is so interested in the stick bug? It doesn't seem as colorful as some of the other cryptids I heard about.
typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures
No
than
raid,
those
summer.
unversed in zoology give them credit for.
Is that because it's too hot weather? Because I totally get being too hot. At least. At least with the solstice done with, the sun's gonna come down at a relatively normal time in the coming weeks. I really want to know whose idea was it. It's summer. It's hot. Therefore we need more sun. Oh, they're out doing summer stuff. How dare they? How dare they take some leisure time for themselves? Oh well, it can't be helped. I'm sure there's some folks around who's spending their summer in the cool dark of the cave, hopefully in some AC, escaping to some fantasy world.
Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of my, of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defenses, find out how it stayed hidden so long.
What have you discovered about it so far?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
And no one's ever found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
How cryptic.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
I misread this at first as something more pure than the pursuit.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Hey, you never know. There are more valid knowledge out there than knowledge that has to come from a traditionally rich white European or American institution. There is so much knowledge that gets brushed off as psh, but is local stuff. Those little brown people don't know anything until the established universities send some researchers down. Then look what we discovered. If it wasn't cryptozoology, the statement itself isn't exactly off.
What would it be like to grasp and hold onto something you think is next to you, or just behind you, like a trace of vapor you exhaled one spring morning as a child? This is what he's searching for. A spectre.
Lena said there has been an actual sighting of it in Martinez.
Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Not gonna lie, I was expecting finding, what's his name again? Morel? I was expecting this to be more of a mystery. Maybe the crypto-fascist is the only one of the two remaining, and maybe there's a mystery of why he disappeared. Did he do it? Where's the actual body? Is he still alive? But he's just on the road? That's not too bad, because there's plenty of time today to do other stuff. Maybe the Insulindian phasmid has died out.
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
So many other magnificent animals are thought to be highly resilient. Giant hawks, the likes of which can and have predated on Homo sapiens, fully grown adult Homo sapiens. Gone. The auroch, the mighty auroch, and so much other megafauna that have endured predation and temperature falling to man. You bought yourself a table saw today. Ooh, cool. With a cast metal table, then rolled plates. As an absolute amateur to all things that. Sounds cool. You got yourself some projects lined up with her? Encyclopedia failure. Part the, no, Genesis?
Yes. The females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
It's pretty clever. The males reproducing without males, a travesty. A crab against passion and common sense. This arouses no special feelings. That's cool. It's clever. The cast metal is much more sturdy. Some more precision. Ooh. Some more fun with the projects. More outcomes that match the lofty ambitions.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
Tell us more about your traps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
You go out into the field where but Lena does the traps. That's so cute. Lena designed the traps. Also more expensive. Well, you bought it, so it's yours now. The cost is in the past. Fun is in the future. Very reasonable. But nowhere to really store is a immediate problem. Who needs a bed? Who needs a dining table? You could eat off a cast metal surface. Lena designed the traps?
Yes.
How do they work?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out.
Reasonable.
At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
In this scenario, though, it could be that a damaged exoskeleton is still proof enough if they need a less delicate trap. What bait?
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm.
What do you do if the traps don't work? So we come back tonight, not just to flirt with a gal with the really cool earrings, but to stomp all over some guy's traps and dreams so he goes back home to Lena. What do you do if the traps don't work?
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
Okay, cool. So, something else.
Yes.
Then,
What?
how'd you become the cryptozoologist? Zoologist?
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up if you prod a little.
Prod a little. Living your childhood dream out here. Why not be a zoologist? Real animals are puzzling too. That might be the wrong kind of prodding. Have you ever discovered a cryptid? You're living out your childhood dream?
It's not child's play. Just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often.
No, you're hanging on the wrong word. Dream, childhood dream. You're letting your dreams happen. Have you discovered a cryptid?
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
How many cryptids have been found?
Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemney,
The
which
CSC?
is 4,082 items long. About 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes.
We've asked how many have been found, and he's answering how many are confirmed as hoaxes and crossed off. But how many has been crossed off as real?
2 are categorized as confirmed
Ooh.
discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
2 out of 4,000? It's a start. Only 2 proven to be real.
Yes, the Chateauquan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate and a cave salamander from Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
It's not even 1%. Then, the Insulindian Phasmid will be the third. Don't know what to say?
Indeed.
The third.
If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
Why not be a zoologist? Real animals are also puzzling.
Real? I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does.
It's a profession like any other. Honestly, being a cryptozoologist trumps most of the garbage I've seen people do. Does say like wishful thinking. So the best ambitions are wishful thinking. We put wishful thinking on the screen, or on a controller, and suddenly there is enrichment.
My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
There could be something there, as long as he's not fabricating stuff. Ultimately what he's doing is following leads, and trying to find a thing. Just more fantastical things. Has anything truly surprising ever happened to you?
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close.
Interesting. Something for later. This close call.
What kind of evidence do you use?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the Phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
You think other scientists don't listen to ordinary people enough? Again, outside the purview of cryptozoology. A fair concern?
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research, and certainly not the truth. They're a cowardly lot, and both the field and basement archives can be dangerous places.
Once again, outside the field of cryptozoology, that is also a concern in academia. Especially since, you know, publications are publications. There's always a desire to go for what is safe to publish. You don't want to be denied publication because a publication has a given audience or whatever else. Or grants or fundings. Especially if you're reliant on government grants and fundings, or worse, corporate grants or fundings, in which hands triply, quadruply tied on what you can do, what you're allowed to do. Thank you for explaining that. To something else then. Not to mention, the common refrain is that science has a liberal bias or a left-leaning bias, but so much the status quo is conservative. There's only a hint of a bias to the science in reality now because we keep pushing against a very, very tight grip on the status quo.
Yes?
Over decades, and well into the future. It's not done yet. Specific cryptids? No, we'll wait. Lena seems eager for your return.
And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
The crypto-fascist says it's time to go home. But I don't want to listen to a crypto-fascist or any other kind of my tongue doesn't even want to grant them the syllables.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Here. We got eyes on. We know you're alive. We can report all this back to Lena.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Won't let Lena down. Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the phasmid somehow.
I didn't know the phasmid was so important to Lena.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it.
She has.
A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
She sighted the phasmid. Didn't tell me that.
Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact.
A romantic.
But that's her story to tell, not mine.
He's a gruff man of a man, but he's also shy.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious
Yes,
phasmid.
we will. We'll exchange information. Husband's alive for more deets on the phasmid.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
He's coughing a lot. Maybe it is safer to go back in, dry off for a bit, then come back. If the bugs are here, they'll still be here. Exactly. Return to the whirling, warm up, come back to check the traps later.
No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
Then you get a corpse, you get proof. You get confirmation it was here, and then you could catch a live one.
He's dead set on this.
What if we check the traps for you?
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
Cryptozoology, detective work are very similar. Chaos is my method. I am its scion. I'm all in with this cryptid shit. I'm hooked. Chaos.
Well,
Doesn't know what to
be that as
say.
it may, I'd really appreciate the help.
Where are these traps?
There are 4 in total.
1, 2,
One
3.
is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church.
Seeing the cheers.
The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture?
Hey, Kim. Traveling is free. It's simply going in, taking a minute to check 4 traps. So that's 4 minutes of time spent in this big travel. Pursuit of knowledge is its own justification.
Is it?
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
But I've been wrong about so much stuff. What if there's a phasmid in one of the traps?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
It turns out, from the revelations Joyce gave us last night, this is a pretty weird world. There's also the possibility that the phasmid is just real. It could just be real, in this crazy world where islands are set between spaces of nothing.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
What if I encounter one in the wild?
That's highly unlikely, officer. And in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect too.
Good, insect attracting
At least
spray.
prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
Lay it on me. Lay it on me thick, present my armpit. I don't want this, thank you very much. For a week. No, I don't want this. I gotta draw the line somewhere. We gotta speak to people still.
Your choice. As I said, the chances of you encountering the phasmid are next to 0.
Which means, narratively, we're going to encounter one. Or it's going to struggle in the cage if we encounter without the pheromone in the cage. And the struggle will kill it.
But you feel you should have it on you. Something bad might happen. Don't mess around. Take the pheromone. It'll make you sexier.
My gut feeling and my horniness want the pheromones. No, Earring Girl's not gonna like that. We have chemistry worth it so far. I can't spoil this. I'm ready. Let's get to it.
Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back to the boiling.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
It's already 2 o'clock. Gary, I'm sure you could talk to elsewhere.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later too. But what if the information is vital on the hunt?
Maybe, but time is of the essence. Nothing else here, right? Dead end here? Dead end? Dead end, dead end? So we'll check some traps. Check this one again. And then go back into town to finish the actual police work. Been here already, yeah? There's the kids. More money. How do we get to money? How to get up there? Can't go that way. Can't go up that way. From the south, maybe? Let's then check the things to the north. Traps to the north. Also didn't go up this way yet. And still haven't found the motor carriage that the drunks told me to. There's a body on the floor.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
It's awful. What is it? Isn't it just rotting fish?
Don't be naive.
Oh no.
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness.
Oh, he is
Only
dead?
death smells like that.
I guess he is dead. Laying outside in the snow with a bottle by him.
Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear.
Heads up, Lieutenant. Something's not right here.
The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose. There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
In order. First take the tear.
2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find.
20 cents gained.
No,
Take it.
There's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
Come on, that's at least half a rial.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness.
Cigarette package.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra.
And the kebab.
You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol.
Also, I hadn't realized it's been 2.5 hours already almost. 2 hours 20.
It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
Which means I am way overdue. I'll just couple of thoughts first. Couple of thoughts and a break. Stop messing with the coin viewer. Hold on to something. The wood is so strong. Long way down to your death from here. 20 meters. I'm not gonna die. What I will do is quick save just in case. Then grab myself a quick BRB. And then I shall return to inspect this body next to us. Okay, back to reality. Because we have somebody sleeping off a hangover here. How's he doing?
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Not as bad as a 2-weeker. So, older maybe? Than our primary body?
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead
Ooh,
for
only
2
2
days.
days.
No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself.
I should grab my better gloves, shouldn't I?
Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body.
First, the surroundings, the matrix around the site.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
Bottle?
A .75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
This and all that could be related. Wasn't littering at least. Drunk himself to a major stupor just like we did. Foot caught in the hole. Tripped, hit his head, collapsed.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels disrespectful.
Chewing gum wrapper? Maybe clung to really tightly? Like we tried to cling to our clipboard as it fell down of a heart attack? Grabbing onto the one secure thing he had in reach, his own hand?
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
God, look in.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
On his lower rear teeth, so didn't choke maybe. But maybe could have panicked with that in his mouth?
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is,
He was gonna go home and then died.
I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
In a ditch off a road below the 881, he thinks. A young father. Then he shakes his head to make the memory stop. They
Floorboards?
screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet.
At his head?
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious. It took 3, maybe 4 minutes.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
Hard to say. Keep an open mind.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as he's wearing
Loose?
mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom made.
I don't think I'll be taking this jacket though.
You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
And the man himself?
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench.
Case closed.
Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole.
I think this isn't going to count as a spot to take our cutie with a sword.
His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. confused and alone, most likely, overcome with the awful surprise of it all. He was just about to head home. The first step back home proved to be his last.
Who is this man?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
This is an omen, a sign from above that you need to stop drinking.
Inland Empire, finally speaking my language, I am looking at my future. Sudden sneeze came on. He looks like me. I could have ended up just like him. Dead, on some empty boardwalk, with a bottle next to my corpse.
Well, at least you're not married.
Oh, is a minus morale for my confession to myself. Or Kim saying those horrific 3 words.
Or what if you are?
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What do you think happened here?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Could it be related to the lynching? I really doubt it. Unless we check his souls. Do you think he was drunk? What about the kebab? Could it be related to lynching?
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Think he was drunk?
Oh, yes.
What about alcohol poisoning and liver failure? Something for processing to check.
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
And the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Somebody should be held responsible for this broken boardwalk. Can we blame the city for this? Who would even sue, though? This place is dilapidated? I don't think anybody's got authority here.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
Right.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure.
So what do you do with
there's
him?
still a question of identifying the body.
Write a report, call in processing.
From where I stand, I can see 2 options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
What about a field autopsy?
A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work.
But isn't it kind of sloppy? Or he's right. I'm not committing, I'm just asking. Isn't it kind of sloppy?
Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest.
We found him, we should finish this. Leave the case for the station. I don't want to spend time on it. Still need time, I want to resolve the case. I mean, ultimately, we're just gonna find out where he lived, who was he, and tell his next of kin, right? His cause of death is solved. Just gotta find, like, the who and the where. And then done.
Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
So who were you, body? Library card found in pocket of the dead man of the Martinet Boardwalk? Damp? Jamrock Public Library?
The library card is folded into 2 and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
Hold on real quick. Okay, so we have the phone number and they're open now.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Méjean.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned.
Left no desk behind at least.
Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
So we could go to the kinema, but there's also a payphone here we could call from. It's only what, 10 cents or so? And we are loaded now? Phone's right here. But phone is free. It's not like I have to come back to the body to verify anything. Now where are those traps? Past the church, he said. Can't be in there. New clothes? White polo, rhetoric for less empathy? For less empathy. I got so much empathy I could spare it. There's a trap. Was it a thought? There's a thought.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring.
And looks to be empty to me.
The reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the Cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise.
Shame.
Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
I'll sub it being the first one. No need to grin. I'm not expecting to find anything. I'm helping some citizens and getting some fresh air. Next one, surely. We are helping citizens, getting fresh air. But where is a sense of adventure in that answer? The next one, surely.
Surely. Anyway, the air is nice and fresh here.
See, he gets it. He doesn't want to, but he gets it. Cigarette butts. Tuamuhuri. Seems important to know. Well, he's got the idea in his head, so he'll keep the notes. Radio relay tower. Another tie. A scarf. Shivers for less physical instruments. Specifically a scarf. The Thai city would hate it if I replaced it with a scarf. So where's the other two? Inspect the traps. Zoological camp should be last. Boathouse west of the Feld building. West of the Feld building. And by the canal lock. I don't think I saw much west of the canal of the Feld building, did I? Could also check in here, might as well. Get it open.
Old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it.
Cannot
The
be
door hasn't
retried.
been opened in a long while. you see a handle.
Okay, I am not gonna touch this until I can at least guarantee 2 digits. What is this?
It's military. A service depot of some sort.
Service what?
Probably something that is no longer there.
Leave it be then. He's got the paranatural sensation that it's a one-time door. Feld building? How to be west of Feld building? Because I haven't been up here either. With things I haven't seen or looked into. And up that way is just where the camp is. So maybe some other entrance I haven't seen. If I followed the beach along the south. Unless here. If I'm really loose with the definition of west, could maybe count this area. It's a very southwestish west, more south than west.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow there, an empty street before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps, just silence.
What did the smoke smell like?
Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance.
Idea. Give me a second. Okay, back to game. Who are the people who lived across the road?
A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware. His boyfriend is on his way home. He brings tins of meat and vegetables with him. Their pockets are heavier with money, but only slightly.
And the bus stop?
Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost.
And the road?
Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away, right at the turn.
A lot of shivers about the dead dog.
Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair.
Oh, I can't go through here. I can't go through here. Then how do I get up to the one place? There's stuff there, so there is things. Breaking the fence, maybe? I'm guessing Suliram Gal must be the other one to convince for the Everett signatures. No, there's no path on this way. Or there's a trap. By the lock. Which means just missing the one to the west of the Feld building. That I'm starting to doubt exists.
Lies among the reeds. Another one of Morel's traps. Weighed down by stones, the reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. You see slabs of concrete north. In the east, the city center hums
also,
to you.
Tracks. I'm guessing the aforementioned motor carriage wasn't along the coast where I was. but right over here next to where I was already.
The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Next one.
Another empty trap.
Let's keep going. Next one's a lucky one. How are you enjoying the cardio, Lieutenant? I'm quite enjoying myself.
Always up for a good jog. Otherwise, would I still be on this case with you?
Aww. Does he mean it? I don't think that was sarcasm. I think it was genuine there. Tracks. Motor carriage. A lot of footprints. And a banged up cat. Could sell for $11.62. I'm failing at cryptid hunting. Gotta get rid of Kim. And leave behind any reasonably good camera. We'll see his camera. Kim's the one with the camera. But it doesn't have the best image fidelity, which means his camera is the best for cryptid hunting. If you find one and he takes a picture, it's gonna be a colorful blur. So, in truth, we need him. He's going to be the grainy Polaroid. Ice off the coast cracks.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half-submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible.
Was this mine? This is a very RCM blue.
It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
This is where the tracks on the plaza were leading to.
It appears to be so.
Let's investigate. Hooliganism? This is gonna be my traffic hooliganism.
I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water.
What does it make of this MC? Do we see a logo? Is the MC RCM?
The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
Run your hand over the metal.
The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists.
How long's it been here? 4 or 5 days, maybe?
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Saturday or Sunday? What should we do?
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
How long will that take?
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
I'm locked into waiting 2 hours. I can't just pursue other goals and come back in 2 hours' time. I want to come back in 2 hours' time.
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent.
3 p.m. That's not too much time.
The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so.
That's actually not too far away from where we were.
Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea. The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast
that
with
roll.
surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance, then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher pitched and slightly more melodic trill.
Kim's joining us? Oh my goodness, see what this is? Whistling together, sitting on swings together, in this very picturesque vista. This is a date. We are on a date.
Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and a sunken car. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of
another
the
half
swing
hour.
moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Was your dad also point to your eyes? The glasses? Tide's taken its time. Sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches? Was your dad also half-blind? Well, I guess far-sighted. It's funny, isn't it? Far-sighted isn't treated as blindness, but nearsighted is.
I'm pretty sure I told you already, didn't I? My dad and mom are both half-civilized.
Oh. I thought he was asking about the glasses when it's pointed to the eyes. Dang, Raphael being insensitive? I don't know who my mom or my dad was.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear
4
the
o'clock.
distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Where's my autosave? When's the last autosave? I'm taking up so much time doing this. 3:28, 5 minutes ago, I could live with that. It's at the car. No, really, this is taking way too long than I wanted. I gotta bond for 2 hours? I can't just... All I'm saying is, I'm surprised people's skin color varies so drastically. The putting at the eyes get me a fascist point. It didn't. Just me being grossly uncomfortable points. If you had to decide whether the strikers or the shipping company, who would you choose? Would I ever find my gun? If you had to choose, strikers or shipping company? This isn't an RCM thing, this is a Kim thing. Who would it be?
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
If someone puts a gun to your head, that's just your way of saying you'd side with the company? I understand. You're saying you'd side with the union? I could twist his words to make him explain better.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange
No,
and out of place.
we don't get to hear his
in
response.
the environment. 30 more minutes
4:30.
pass.
Oh my goodness, this really is taking 2 hours. We make out the mark now.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived.
Oh, come
I
on.
find it odd that you haven't.
Why did I have to wait 2 hours then?
Model 40. It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people, you know, those kinds of people.
They got a break. They got to have a cute date. There's a number on the side. The tides wait for no man. Well, I am not no man. I was not going to wait for the tides either.
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
Precinct 41. This is my car.
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical.
Street racer is quite the ladies' man. 41 is his rank in the underground street racing hierarchy. Small fish. Tommy 41. The morning host of FM 41. The factory made a mistake and accidentally called this one Capri 41. Stupid factory. If I had to guess. District something? Precinct something? Something municipal? Oh god, no. If the game's gonna rob me of 2 hours, without a choice of saying, you know what, Kim, let's come back to this, I am not gonna take the fun option. They robbed me of fun, I'll rob them of fun.
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you.
No Dr. Pettiness.
No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
No. No.
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this.
I mean, seriously, it's just a coincidence. Oh my god, it's mine. I drove my car into the sea.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal.
Maybe I was in pursuit? How do we get this out? I could still fix it. They're not gonna take me back after this, are they? The badge, the gun, and now this. Things are going so well. We were just whistling merrily. and then chose to wait 2 hours against my will. They keep stealing the John Malkovich controls away from me.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything.
Silently
There's
judging.
also a fourth thing you've lost.
A fourth?
More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
Things are going so well.
You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn.
Aw, Kim, being optimistic. They're not gonna take me back after this, are they?
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
Wow, in this world, as you could tell, it's a fantasy. How do I get this out?
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
It's just gonna be there like that?
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
I can still fix it?
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000
Cost of precinct 40,000
But in the long
real.
run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
I couldn't even pay the hostel bill.
Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
Maybe I was in pursuit of someone. Who gave Tequila Sunset a vehicle? And no partner for this case.
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
Yeah. At least I can see what's inside. If they're gonna steal 2 hours of my time, I might as well reap my rewards.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
Alright, breakthrough. Couple of breakthroughs by now without the time taken.
Degree. Trite, contrived, mediocre, milquetoast, amateurish, infantile, cliche and gonorrhea-ridden peon to conformism. I fucked me. Affront to humanity. War crime. Should literally be tried for war crimes. Resolutely shit. Lacking in imagination. Uninformed reimagining of lip-wristed,
Go on,
premature,
go on.
ill-informed attempt at talentless fuckfest, recidivistic shit peddler, pedantic, listless, savagely boring, just one repulsive laugh after another.
Is that directed towards me or towards the world? What's my bonus? -1 hand-eye coordination. Conceptualization passives heal +1 morale and give 10 XP. Alright. A little less hand-eye coordination. Handshake in anger from how shit it all is. That's the nerve damage from all the drinking. I'm gonna blame it on the artistic world. And the fair weather. 20 minutes left. What have we got? Have you got a better pry tool? The badge! LTN-2JFR Dubois! And a commander's jacket. Esprit de corps and visual calculus. Okay, current jacket is Esprit de corps and shivers. This jacket, Esprit de corps and visual calculus. Visual calculus of 3, shivers of 3. I could have 4 and 2. But the badge. Where's the badge? Badge. Thick blue piece of acrylic. Thin leaf of paper, officer's name and rank. A man stares back at me. Where's his expression? Where's his mutton chops? A younger version of you. Already disintegrating inside, presentable on the outside. Who is this?
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
Found my badge, so we could have avoided having to do Joyce's stuff if we waited till Wednesday. But following up on the lorry drivers did give us a clue to the 8th Musketeer.
At least something good came out of all this.
Study it.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Look at the photo of this mocked mimicry of my true self.
The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that.
Apparently you haven't got to update your precinct ID or photo for 20 old years.
Good choice. A newer photo would look different.
How old?
8, maybe 10 years.
That's it?
The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
And he's winking. Why? Is that the expression in his infancy?
What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now.
This is not grotesque. Somebody likes us because of this expression, it gets her to laugh.
The badge
it is my shield, she says.
As you rotate it, catching light.
Name?
You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Harrier Dubois, what? Harrier?
Harrier? That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
It doesn't say Raphael Ambrosius Costeau. What kind of name is Harrier? But I don't want to be Harry Dubois. I don't accept it. Or Harrier Dubois it is then. I accept we used to be Harrier Dubois, but it's taken me 3 days of playing, 4 days, 5 now, to accept who Raphael truly is. Between the tabula rasa and me John Malkoviching his mental controls and responding to learning how this world even works, it's been tumultuous finding out how this guy even is. Like some dialogue options were kind of performative, like if it's gonna say I get experience for this, then I must say this answer. But I think I've settled on who he is. I'm comfortable with who Raphael is. Harry is just his dead name. It doesn't say Raphael Ambrosius Costeau.
Not strange at all. Your name is Harrier Dubois, like it says on your police badge.
Where's the reject option? What kind of name is Harrier?
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
A name like armor.
A name like armor. It's a name like armor, but I got the expression like armor. I don't want to be Harrier Dubois anymore. This guy put himself through so much stuff that Harry had died. Harry had died, much like the mercenary hanging from the tree, in a self-destructive bender that completely got himself killed, literally for the mercenary, mentally for Harry. And who emerged after that? After the death of ego and id and everything else, was a parasitic wasp that hatched in the corpse, in the brain of some dead pupa, to emerge as something greater. Reject Harrier. Be the Raphael.
Why? It's a cool name. I like it. Besides, you're Harry anyway. No one's ever called Harrier.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not. The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it.
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
W. Freighter?
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work.
Okay.
I am a lieutenant.
And W. Freighter?
The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
So he could have been, twice now, higher ranked in the organization, but chose instead to keep pushing 2 cases a week, which would burn anyone out. What kind of man was Harry? If we go with the clipboard, Harry had a few kills, but more importantly 8 years of service. Amassed a grotesque amount of caseloads under him. Could it be that we were a normal workaholic who had some fun on the side? But it really, I don't know, he was also drinking back then too, because he broke what's-his-face's knees at a drunken stupor. A workaholic that turned to the alcohol to guide him through his excessively heavy work burden? Is there a socio-economic aspect to that too, where he felt as if he had to pursue heavy workloads for whatever prestige or for some belief in criminal justice or whatever else? And so between the heavy workload and the coping alcohol, the ex-something couldn't take it anymore. The neglect, the belligerence, and left. And then, with that foundational Jenga block removed, everything collapsed all at once because the ex-something thing does appear to be causing the most mental damage to him. Which is all the more reason to leave Harry as dead and embrace this new life as a changed man.
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's decontage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
I thought my rank was drunk.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
No ex-alcoholics, there are. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. That's a Harry answer. That's the Harry personality that emerges from the abyssal pelagic zone to claw its way out to Raphael's throat and say, Kim, give me your gun, and threaten suicide before the Hardy Boys. That is not us. Take that hope. Kim is giving you a rope, a single spider's thread descending into hell. Climb it.
Good.
At a decomptage?
Decontage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to 2s. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings.
Not now electrochemistry.
Kings
no
are
electrochemistry.
satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
You've been putting up with all my bullshit because I'm your superior, because of the same rank. Because I'm your superior.
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work.
You think so? Despite all this? My unconventional approach? My complete embarrassment to myself and the Force?
It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
How bad is the rest of the RCM? At the start of the game, he said, oh sure, I'm so drunk that I completely wiped my memory, but there's been worse. He's had worse partners. Just... how bad is everything? If even start of the game Harry is one of the good ones.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it.
I'm gonna spoil it. He's gonna find out the boots are missing.
Such a small yet precious
Serial
thing.
number.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
Date of issue, 7th November, 50...
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter.
And they kept the same picture.
A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
It's an old picture, Kim. You don't grow much in shops like this in 4 months' time.
A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The
4
winter
days,
is
4
easily
weeks, 4
of
months.
that
This is
you
the
are
most
sure.
I get, though.
remember that time? That was a good time. We had a good work-drink balance going. What happened,
Work-drink
man?
balance?
Pump it up!
Precinct 41?
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is...
Is what, Kim? Give me some clue as to why I needed to decline promotion twice to stay with my heavy workload. What was going on at the 41st? What's it like? Besides the Jamrock shuffle that takes us container to container.
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
So more wild assumptions estimation, it could be that we are a cop in a tough side of town. Maybe he was the criminals must be get off the street, we're the thin blue line type of cop in his old life. And this felt the only thing between civility and barbarism, to steal their language, is this one man on the streets constantly.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again...
Yeah, I think so. Heavy pressure. And heavy work pressure. Losing the X something.
But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva.
And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't ask him. Ask yourself.
Introspection.
The badge in your hand shines as
Okay. That's it then. But now they've taken up so much of my time. I'm only going... I'm going to try to find that final thing to the west of the building that I have not been able to find. And then check the final trap and then go back into town. I know I can come up here because there's an object I can interact with. He's moving. That means... Oh, it's behind the building. That was the way to it. Oh, clever. Okay, found it. I released the John Malkovich controller and he took me to it like a happy dog.
Once behind you, the ruins of a residential building loom over the reeds. They whisper amongst themselves, confidentially. Snowflakes cling to their shivering stems. Nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Maybe it's my light. Are they afraid of light?
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done.
You getting tired?
No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
He's short-winded. He got a 2-hour break.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Look, Kim, you have more bullet holes? Something's definitely gone down here.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual. Even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs.
2-hour break talking with me. I suppose that's true. I suppose. Sometimes I need a break from something and my boyfriend is very much a chatterbox. And he'll just descend without asking for consent before dropping into a half-hour thing. It's like, boyfriend, I need a break. I need a rest. But I'm just talking. You've been talking about 5 things for half an hour. Oh no. No, it's okay. He's cleaner than Harry is. It's not the same. It's not fully equivalent. Because Harry Raphael is definitely in a league all of his own.
Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
Oh no, I think I get it. Density of bullets is unusual. Generally, in a straight horizontal plane, except for variations of the verticality, which I'll attribute to bullet squeeze bullet squeeze, trigger squeeze, and a lack of recoil control. This is the wall, isn't it? The capital W wall you're lined up on. Why not?
The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
28%. Could I improve my visual calculus any? Visual calculus. Esprit de corps plus visual calculus. Oh, he looks so sharp. He almost looks presentable. Especially with these nice boots. Oh my goodness. I had so many work clothes, but at some point I descended into full-on disco. Exactly, Wither. It is a capital W wall. -1 visual calculus to need that. Nothing else gives visual calculus. I'll examine the same clothes 100 times even after I know they don't. Okay, let me try this. Oh, hold on. Breakthrough?
Fairweather T500. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it?
Is it going to be that nothing could break it?
If I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something radio weapon? None of that would work. You need to shoot the part of the enemy that doesn't have Fairweather T500 on it, because the armor itself is invulnerable. Good news is, so are the armor pieces on you.
So it has no vulnerabilities, we have learned. What's the bonus? +2? My heart just sank. Coordination bonus against enemies in FT500 armor. I feel like this is only going to be important if I completely botch up what's about to happen and permit the labor riots to continue. I feel like 5 days or fewer is always what they'll say regardless of what day you speak to Joyce about it. Unless it's actually actively ongoing. I might have 2 or 3. It could be 2 or 3 days to put a cap on this thing before I get enemies in FT500 armor.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across
42% now.
Reaching from unable to piece together the big picture just now. There's a hole in their hypothesis.
Fine, okay.
The scattering of bullet holes looks like...
Entrée interdite. Old ticket taker. People paid money to park? Mortar. Oh my goodness, this place is a tar motherlode. A real tar motherlode. What's this? Found people. Oh, is that a hat? It is a hat. Oh my goodness, look at that. If I could get his head up. Okay, that's kinda cute. And that is everything to do here. Five o'clock, so time is getting tight. I got 5 hours till people start going to sleep. So if there's things I want to do, now's the time to do them. And last trap. Last trap is gonna have nothing.
This is the last of the traps. The one Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. The reeds by the abandoned campsite sway and tremble while the snow falls all around. It's good the cryptozoologists left. This isn't a very cozy place to stay night after night.
At least I got
The
him.
later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that's gone out. You feel strange, somehow. The trap feels light and silent.
There's
as you
not gonna
pick
be
it up.
anything.
Something is different here.
There's not gonna be anything. This is a weird universe where isles float in physical nothingness, where the laws of reality break down. But there's no way there's a cryptid in there.
No locust. No phasmid either, but still.
It's empty! Moro didn't leave it empty!
Your voice echoes on the coast, carried by a gust of cold wind.
Look closer.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there, I just see an empty trap.
It could be invisible. Seal the trap. Bring it with us.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked the trap up and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Do you get the feeling someone or something may have messed with the trap? What does perception say? Perception success. Netting is untidy, messier. Someone or something picked it up, shook it, dropped it back down. What if it was a phasmid? Ate them and got out? Probably wasn't the phasmid, but still, Moro needs to know. Still need to know. Crypto research is stupid. Do you get the feeling someone or something may have messed with it?
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not.
Live it up, Kim. What if it was the phasmid?
Right. Anyway, that's for the cryptozoologists to figure out now. We are not cryptozoologists, we are cops.
If you say so, Kim, but we have been following a lot of cryptid traps. I think that's pretty telling as to what our role actually is. Okay, well, I'm here. We'll speak to the other lady, whose signature we need, ask for the signature, and she'd be like, no, let's not do this. Everett's actually bad about this. They don't get why. They'll have more information to bring to him, or more questions. Perception versus perception. There, it's more professional. -1 drama, more visual calc. Visual calc is alright. Esprit de Corps and Shivers are more visual calculus. Shivers might be good. I'll keep the pulse of the city in mind. I feel compelled to keep the tie on. At a minimum, +2 drama is helpful. A +1 Shivers also has its uses. Authority. Conceptualization but less suggestion. Logic, drama, logic, drama. Rhetoric but less empathy. Electrochemistry. Or maybe no big deal, just use whatever. Composure. Perception. How is composure right now? Composure is a massive 5. It's probably too late for composure. What else would I want? I'm surprised drama's as low as 4. -1 from the items. +3, +2. +3 and +2. Intellectual base, learn skills. Volition just needs some, not morphine, magnesium to get back up. Inland school, authority. I'll hold off for now. Miss. Washerwoman, are you the one whose signature we need?
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
I'll lean in.
Oh, welcome, police officer.
How could you
don't
tell?
cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Trouble? Say the second thing, Bratan. Shows you got style.
The second thing? Oh, the second thing. We're cops. We're hellraisers. Click, click, bang, bang. Finger pistols. It's finger pistols? I had to wait till Friday to unlock and use my finger pistols? Hellraisers, click, click, bang, bang, finger pistols. She might appreciate some levity, but she's also got cataract. She might take finger pistols as real finger pistols.
No, you're not.
Aww.
I've seen you around here before.
That
12
animation?
years ago,
Click, click.
You didn't raise any hell. You were quite helpful, actually. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Wait, I've been here before?
No, not you
Oh,
personally.
the RCM.
I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another, locked himself in that woodshed over there.
But that was ages
He
ago.
was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place, somewhere more quiet.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
What kind of ill omen we talking about here, miss?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
Oh yeah, I'm an ill omen, alright. If I'm considered an omen, why hasn't anyone told me that? I mean, everyone here has told us, you don't like the cops, we're not welcome here. Oh no, that's right, 9 o'clock. I've also gotta meet Martinate. There's so much I gotta do tonight.
Maybe they are afraid.
Why?
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built.
My schedule is getting so tight that I've gotta start taking notes. 2100, Martinet. Before that, we gotta talk to the 8th Hardy Boy. We gotta talk to the victim. It's 7:14 now. Talking to the fake scab leader could wait till tomorrow. Also gotta get back to Everett. I assumed that this old lady was the second person for the signature, but it might not be her.
I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage.
We
And
found a
not
parking
lot
spot
of
for it.
houses, or a lot of people. My kids are long gone.
And karaoke.
Searching for treasure.
Gotta do
So
karaoke
are
too.
Others. Ah, look at me.
Also got
Manuela.
to send
What brings you
Kim
to
over with the
us?
body. But that's later tonight. Found this jacket, but it's filthy. Could you wash it for me?
I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Why can't I come back later? Just let me come back later.
Hell yeah.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Kim, you got 2 hours off. Not right now. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll do this in the morning.
Suit yourself. Patience obviously isn't your strong suit.
Could I stay somewhere around here though, and not have to worry about my rent every single night?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for,
Free room
I've
in the
got
shack?
a free room in the shack.
How much is it?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Free housing? But it probably won't be as lush and comfortable as the room with the whirling in rags with the broken window and the broken bed. Would it still be a source of maximized health and morale every single morning? Because if I could erase a 20 real charge every single day, that's gonna be a huge boon. I could be more liberal about spending my money into the local economy. If I haven't got to worry about freezing overnight and dying. There's this guy Gart who makes me give him money every night. Just so I don't die out in the cold. You're just gonna give it to me?
No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there.
I'm not sure it's appropriate though.
Oh, don't. It's your choice. No skin off my teeth.
I could just have the room?
Aye. The room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here.
Don't get me wrong, but bare bones isn't usually my style. It would help me stay in touch with the proletariat. First chapter, to the Rags and Riches memoir, Real Revacholian Hospitality. And the slurs come out. Unfortunate that incremental development hasn't elevated this neighborhood yet. I see potential here. Now that I feel the pulse of the game, that's going to be the moral of this answer then, isn't it? Elevated, slow incrementation. It would help me stay in touch with the proletariat. Now, it hasn't told me when I get the +4 experience for every left-leaning answer, but it doesn't tell me when you get 1 experience for your .click 2. Let's do some comparison. 69 XP. If I say it would help me stay in touch.
You best not be plotting another revolution under my roof. We barely got through the last one. But the room, do you want it?
73, okay. So it's an invisible +4. The last few times like, what do you mean, where's my XP? It doesn't say +4 XP. Because a bonus is invisible. You got yourself a tenant.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
She's gonna get so many regrets.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
Yeah.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
It's a step up. I'm not surrounded by my regrets.
Should he? This environment encourages one thing, and one thing only. Drinking.
But I'll have more money for the drink, though.
Finally, you have those lamos of matinees off your back, Bratan. This looks like a great place to bring chicks.
Okay. She's not the one to talk to, so I'll be back.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the Whirling in Rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Oh, that's cute. He's gonna come to me. I was thinking that maybe that gives me some time in the morning without Kim until retrieving him in the Whirling in Rags. But I guess that'd be too easy, wouldn't it? To get some no Kim time if you want to be sneaky.
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
Alright, what have we got in here? We got boxes. Korozhov jacket for pure logic. Ooh, looking sharp too. And a mirror.
The mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it.
I am not going to stop the expression from happening. I am embracing the expression.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
I can remove the mutton chops though. Does our new paramour like the mutton chops? She likes our expression. It makes her laugh. She says it's our shield. But the mutton chops are kind of part of him. It'd be cool to see how it changes him, if it changes the portrait. Could I clean this guy up? Is this part of making him normal? The Kingdom of Consciousness +1 pants. A clean shave. Sobriety. Is shaving the right call?
The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic.
But it's causing no discomfort. The primary reason I shave is one, is to look at me, but primarily, when it starts growing out more, like if I go a whole week, visibly there's no difference, because it's fuzz to fuzz. But it starts feeling uncomfortable on my face. I can't grow the long locks off my cheeks and chin that feel like velvet. I get a coarse brush, a coarse toothbrush.
A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
Born anew could be good. But my hand-eye coordination is awful. Could I consider the mirror to be an FT 500 whatever it was enemy to get the +2 hand-eye coordination? Science fiction magazines, see? More stuff to do than drink. And bird watching. Have I got any hand-eye coordination? Hand-eye coordination. How's it look? Oh, pretty sharp. It's like half disco. No shirts to give hand-eye. Half light. Okay, we got free housing, so cool. I'll give him an attempt at a shave.
On the table, you see a bowl of water.
It's a white
rough
check.
soap, and next to
So-
it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Actually, hold on. Actually. It probably won't erase his mutton chops haphazardly. But it probably will wound me. A repeatable chance of wounding myself. Hand-eye is a mere 1. -1 from thoughts? Oh yeah. Thoughts are given a -1. Which thought is it? It's the actual art degree. Because my hands are shaking for the lack of art in the world. The passive +1 morale and the 10 XP is pretty cool. But my hand-eye coordination is shot! Trying to sober myself up is killing my hands. I'm like shaking all the time. I got the shakes. There's a term for that. What's that term for when you're a completely hopeless drunk and 2 feet in the grave and you start shaking all the time? It's a neuropathic thing, isn't it? Any clue who the second person is? Smoker is tonight. Tattoo, clothes. Karaoke, we're close to finishing. Signatures. Maybe I can give one more scan for her. There haven't been too many people out and about around here. And I'm pretty sure it's a her. But it's not her. And it's not you. But I haven't seen anybody else. There's kids. There was a cryptozoologist and a crypto-fascist, but both are gone. What's that circle? Circle. Gonna crash every MC in Revachol. Hopefully. And then there's the kids, but the kids aren't in need of signatures. There's a church. Maybe she's in the church. Maybe she's a churchly type. I haven't gone in the church yet.
Heavy, wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Well, the padlock might be drilled into the wood, but the portal itself appears to be wide open. Do the doors open?
Nothing happens, only the sound of the padlock rattling against the door.
Let's pretend it's a door.
I don't think that's going to work.
This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker.
That says?
You see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a big curve
Circle
below
with
them
2
that
X's.
looks like a mouth.
Oh.
You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead.
Delirium tremens. That's it, Wither. Thank you.
There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before.
My one-to-hand-eye coordination is the delirium tremens that I inherited from this body that I'm now piloting. What makes it so modern?
It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if the cheery guy didn't know he was dead, or the dead guy didn't care that he was. Either way, you get the sense the forces of future are at work here.
You see the symbol, Kim.
He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
No.
What's it look like?
Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency.
Okay, Kim, break it down for me. What is junior delinquency?
For Revachol aussi, the moral intern defined junior delinquents as minors between the ages of 10 and 16 who have committed an act in violation of the law. These acts aren't called crimes as they would be for adults. Crimes committed by minors are called delinquent acts. This was part of your officer's exams.
Again, Kim, everything forgotten. We just spent like 2 hours yesterday having Joyce break down the entire nature of reality for us. What is suggestive of junior delinquency here?
I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth.
Case closed. I agree, it is very modern. But does a cheery guy not know he's dead? Or does a dead guy not care that he is? What is the source of irony here? Padlock, 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 no. Ask the big questions.
That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
Oh, but Kim, it's a part of ours. Interfacing. Interfacing calls for yellow gloves.
The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently and is unprofessional, to say the least. Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off.
This is where Mr. Prybar comes in handy.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment.
Plus, I really doubt the other signature lady's gonna be in here.
There is a touch of guilt in his voice.
Start with the kick drum, came from the ice, or heard a sound before.
Yes, the pulsing bass. A sure sign of junior delinquency. Somewhere east of here.
Physical instrument. Apply some official force on the padlock, repeatable. Interfacing, white check. I could fail peeling off the stick without ripping it, and repeat it.
The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. 2 large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold.
Touch the beam.
The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch.
Okay, give me my yellow corpse gloves that have been inside somebody's brain.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height,
72%.
stand shut in
Fail
front
it.
of you. There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
Put the sticker in my ledger, after the last entry where it belongs. On my ledger, right on the cover, throw it to the wind. After the last entry, or on the cover. The paper in my ledgers are kinda gross, deteriorating, covered in urine. I'm gonna put it right on the cover, and shall reproduce the sticker in pencil in the appropriate place in my case file.
Voila. Looks very modern.
Styled my paperwork.
You're part of the Future Brigade now, and so is your formerly humdrum ledger. Neon, baby.
Okay, but this really doesn't have anything to do with who I was looking for. I thought she'd be in the village. There's nothing else out here village-wise. Maybe in a house. There's a few houses that avoid going into, by a few, maybe one. Like that one, but it's 5:30 now. Tomorrow. I'll get my gun back tomorrow. We gotta call in stuff too. So first we'll go back, we'll call into the station, see if they haven't heard anything about the company, I guess, that hired out the armor or signed for it. Tell them I got my badge back. They'll be happy to hear that. But first I must buy special hardware for tonight's coming celebrations.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you longingly with its tape reel eyes.
Give me that boombox.
And here you are, quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
I don't know if I need it for karaoke, but I don't know how robust the karaoke technology here in this world is. Alright, now to call it in.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Jamrock Public Library, Dead Body to Martinez Boardwalk, on the boardwalk. The boots first? Any more about the owner of the boots?
Sorry, sir. I still haven't heard back
Okay,
from
later
the
tonight.
people. Try calling again later.
Report the dead body on the Martinez
One
Boardwalk.
moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
Unidentified, middle-aged man, 170 to 175 centimeters, dark hair, medium build. Looks like he slipped, fell through a hole of the boardwalk, hit his head against the metal bench.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
Someone might have pushed him, but we know nothing. Seems like it was an accident, we'll report it as such.
No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
Wearing boots, trousers, old leather jacket with bright blue lining. Library card.
Any information on the library card?
From Central Jamrock Public Library, belongs to someone named Billy Majon.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
We are taking it, on top of everything else we're doing. Is that why this guy had 2 cases every week for 18 years? Because before I took the John Malkovich controls, he was already a video game protagonist, doing all the side quests all at once.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Alright, to the 41st.
Just a moment, officer.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Happy to report, I have found my badge jewels.
10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
And since my ID was lying in the soup in the car, there's no risk that somebody was using my gun and badge to do nefarious things in the name of the RCM, which is a lot of weight off me.
Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
Okay, let's call the library.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to the librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
Looking for any information you can get on Billy Majon, a reader.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
I kinda miss these modem noises.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone
The
number,
home address.
unfortunately.
Home address is good.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20.
He's a local
It's in
boy.
Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments, it says.
Apartment 20. I've been there. We're going there tonight.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't
Uh-huh.
it?
Any other information on Billy Lejean?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
You know who was?
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay. If it was the police, she starts explaining something.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Billy's husband returned the book. If this is somebody from the same apartments where Martin Martinet is, could it be it wasn't a tragic accident in booze? Could it have been foul play after all? Somebody's Sunday friend, is it a Sunday friend? Or a Sunday friend was an interloper? Billy Majon is a woman, not a man? We don't know. Actually, I have no idea what the state of gay marriage is here. Is Billy a woman or a man?
Marie knows Billy.
Is this
She's been
okay?
working here
Okay.
longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
All right, that clears that up.
Then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
You know the husband's name?
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
So we don't know the husband's name. We don't know the name of the stiff then. We had the name of his wife Billy and her address. Describe what the husband looked like? Was a possibility that it was somebody else with Billy's card.
Marie! She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
That tracks so far.
1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
It's a start.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me?
I think that's it. Sylvie doesn't want to speak to us because we destroyed her world.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
Okay, I'm done. So, now that we've seen the end result of these tire tracks, could I get a bonus to figuring out what tore through this wall?
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Still only 58%. Found the sunken motor carriage, but my delirium tremens are too delirium. Maybe I should just add the 1 point to my hand-eye coordination. Because it's at 1. That's the worst thing I have. That's worse than anything. Makes me deadly. Where are the best gear? That's the thing though. I think the best gear I have is maybe taking off a -1. to hand-eye coordination, or +1 at best. Oh wait, that's right. Hold on. What was it?
You see a set
That's
of
a visual
tire tracks
calculus.
in the brown
Why was I
soil.
good at hand-eye then? I guess I'm so stuck on my hand-eye being so low that it's just sapping my stat awareness like a black hole. Hold on, there's a yellow dot here. I can't interact with it.
You see a set of
Visual calculus, right? I do got stuff for visual calculus. +1. But that might be it. That +1 might be all I get. -1 visual calculus. +1 visual calculus, there we go.
You see a set of tire tracks
There,
in the brown
72.
slush that covers the plaza. No,
Always.
these tracks are not interesting at all.
Hey, weirdo. Do you ever get to be the guy on the cover art? And not the crazy smiling weirdo on the HUD? I mean, the crazy smiling weirdo was half the guy in the cover art, right? Yeah, there's a 2 up there. There's Handsome Kim and Handsome Expression Weirdo. Although, looking at the HUD, his hair is a mess. We found the option to shave so far, but I haven't taken yet. There could be a chance to clean up. Maybe the guy up there is a cleaner, soberer Harry. Maybe. If there's a chance to get a haircut, or to get a shave, maybe there's a chance for a haircut, and to more closely resemble him. Melting snow is strange, is it now? If I succeed in curbing the grin, well, that tells me that the portrait does update. Which means if I shave, it probably does accommodate that as well. But the trouble with that is, Wither, I am not getting rid of the expression, I am keeping it. The expression is my shield. Let me see, I think we'll try to the Hardy Boys. Esprit de Corps and Shivers, Visual Calculus probably isn't too important right now. Boots of Authority, but less composure. Conceptualization and suggestion. Maybe put some logic in before approaching him. Put in some drama with the mesh tank top. Physical instrument probably won't be important. Okay, I think I'm just to talk to them.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now?
We are also not far away from riots in real life. Sadly, that is very true. Today is not the best of days. Did I figure out Kuno yet, by the way, with her? In the sense that we made friends with Kuno, and we have actually got into his house, and met his dad. We have? Connected you to the local drug trade, talk to Joyce. The merc you hanged, his friends are coming from you. Go over the rape victim again. Connection to the local drug trade.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprint. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grace?
Can I? Kim, you've seen how I handled the coup de grace.
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
No local drug trade except you put to Titus. Do the honor, you've earned it. Let Kim handle this one. I have eroded so much of our credibility with the Hardy Boys. Kim, take it away.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly.
That's just a confession.
For the good of the community, of course.
Disgusting. You're admitted to profiting off the poisoning of your own people. Good idea. People are always going to do drugs, at least this way you have some control over it. Keep telling yourself that. I know for a fact there's still plenty of drugs out there, and there is. Kuno, child Kuno has been taking drugs. We found the speed. Both in his shack and in his house, in his apartment. And there's plenty around.
No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed. Who fucking who? Stuff's probably from Jamrock.
So he knows about Kuno and his dad, and you've got nothing then. Cause Kuno's dad, that's not a new thing. That's not a new thing. That's a guy who's at the end of years of use.
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man. The place is a paradise. And all thanks to Hardy Boys.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
After you confess, and your legal counsel did not stop you from confessing.
Yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy Boys here.
The 8th Hardy. The missing one. She runs the thing. It was her boot, her lorry, and she's missing.
My answer is, fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
Finally, you got something out of him. This could prove useful in the future.
In the future? Does that mean wait till tomorrow again?
And here we go. Back to the usual.
I'm running out of tomorrows.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints.
Not now, Shanky. Where's Titus to protect him?
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him.
Confronted
It was
Hardy.
Anders on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
Well, since they were so nice to confess, I might as well warn them. The Merc, his friends are coming for him.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Crenell.
Yes.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Titus did his best, but his men are a bit unsettled.
They are forming some sort of tribunal, and they're coming for you.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
I have studied my grotesque boots long enough to know that there is no defeating anyone in the armor. Should I tell them that? That is truly impervious?
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn is fucking crazy.
Crazy Glenn could not penetrate ceramic armor, though.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
Crenell is bad news, you know that, right? The Mercs are armed with automatic weapons. They've gone rogue, nobody's controlling them, and conclude, so I could tell them all 3. They're bad news, you know.
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
That reminds me, you gotta speak to the adult old lorry driver as well.
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or Barmy Army.
3 hours to go.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think.
We are armed with automatic weapons.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
If he's got a knock cannon, will they pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
You take a lower tone. He is not certain. He has doubts.
That was an unsure phrasing.
Uh-huh. See what? That they don't.
Yeah. Like you've been up against ceramic armor.
Does he not see the things on my legs?
You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal.
But no one's controlling them, they gone rogue.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
Well, I warned them.
What do you mean, okay?
I mean, okay, they're gonna wipe you the fuck out, Titus. Okay, you got this, you got numbers. I mean, okay, I'll be on your side when they come. Has he seen my hand-eye coordination? I mean, okay, you got one more gun on your side. Once I find mine, I lost it. I guess, okay, I'll be gunning you down right alongside them. Take a side, take a side, take a side. They are gonna wipe you out, so okay, if that's what you want.
No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
Oh, that's just negative energy, sorry.
He really doesn't like you ruffling their feathers like that on what might be the eve of battle.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
He wants to fight with numbers and small arms against the equivalent of a Gundam. Well, they have fair warning. It's on them now. I tried. Tell Gart that I won't be seeing the inside of his room anymore.
Can I help you?
But it's about my bill for tonight. I'm gonna quick save first, just in case I end up paying for 2 rooms.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna pay for it.
Why are you wasting my time? Another thing.
Where's the karaoke
great.
option?
I love those. Yes?
No karaoke option. On the stage. This feels right, I belong here. Tonight then maybe, when the crowds come in. Stand on stage, and then...
The door is closed.
Then play the boombox? Could be the boombox?
Who is it?
Hey, she's responding now.
Tired. Controlled.
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open. I'm drying my hair.
Finally get
Sounds
access.
like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around before going up.
If I could. Totally will. Women's clothes. Hotel bill calculations, an extended stay. Sad room. That's a nicer room than mine, though. Sorry, trying to find the stairs. Corpse no longer there.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there.
Medications? What does she got?
Pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners.
Quite a collection.
Anything of note?
Bottles?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, Histoparadol. Something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads, Nacra.
Kim, what's Nacra? Is it a Nacra Nim?
An opioid receptor antagonist. It's used for diamorphine overdoses.
And the pill sheets?
Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gottwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how.
I might have to put on my big electrochemistry pants for this one. Toothbrush first.
It's been used quite a lot. This toothbrush belongs to someone who doesn't give a damn about her teeth.
Okay, let me quickly change my clothes. Electrochemistry. +1 electrochemistry. Where's my electrochemistry gloves? Anything else provide electrochemistry? +1. Already got the +1. Yeah, that'll do then.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something soft, yet crinkly.
Different clothes with different stuff in them? What's in these pockets? Cash?
Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar.
Which pants are these? Where'd I get them?
This medicine cabinet is stocked
83.
with drugs. Nothing is not. The further you look, the more arcane it gets. You don't know what the rest of this stuff does.
I tried. Which pants are these again? The Laborer jeans? I can't remember where I got these. This gum wrapper. If I got these at the apartment, maybe a connection between the guy we found on the pier, on the boardwalk.
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. The surface of another planet, or some ancient temple.
An ancient temple?
Yes, from the height of antiquity. A long, long time ago. Millennia ago. On an island of time you can never return to.
In the end of summer?
The sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. For a moment, the world's store of precious metals seems to increase dramatically, and you are rich. There is a movement next to you. The shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. But when you turn toward it, there's nothing there.
This feels dangerous. This feels like if I pursue this thought, it might be the X something, and I end up dying on the spot. Where'd it go?
Why are you talking to a gum wrapper?
Take a deep, deep breath. Find out it smells like her. Die. And then redo the electrochemistry thing.
Bitter, citrus, sweet. It seems to grow stronger, like a glow, with every breath you take. Until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes. Made of toffee, cream, and distance. You just had to take a dive.
This feels dangerous. This legit feels dangerous. Apricot chewing gum scented one. One. As in a person.
So familiar.
Inland Empire was speaking a lot when it came to the postcard that killed me. If Inland Empire has familiarity here, this could be dangerous. Where is it? Where's the apricot's chewing gum scented one? The trace of an entity who's been stalking me across the plains. The Gloom Stalker. The conglomeration. The shadowy organization behind my downfall. Possibly connected to the X something. But it's impossible to determine its true identity, but I can remember where I first smelled his treachery, yes. Use a 2D 3D gun wrapper. Reconstruct the day you first breathed in or untrustworthy atoms. This is dangerous? Living in the past for 5.5 hours? I have the time, but have I got the skill points? I do want to feed electrochemistry a little bit, because I do need some of it, not just for retaking this drug check here. And my hand-eye coordination is desperate. I can only raise it to 3 max. 3 max and that's it. I can only do so much against delirium tremens.
This medicine cabinet is stocked with drugs, plus an old toothbrush.
92% chance success. Gonna hit the 8% chance failure.
A bright orange bottle.
Got it? Got it.
Stamped on it, in sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container.
What's so exciting for the orange bottle? A brand called Peptide. Interfacing. I got sweaty hands. Take it in secret. Take it in plain sight. What's so exciting about the orange bottle?
It's speed, man. Just
Speed.
what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed.
Lieutenant, I also see a brand called Peptide. It's gonna be -1 for telling him.
Peptide, a euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine. Prescription speed.
Prescription, okay.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super fucking preppy.
Told Kim about it, -2. Take it. You see, Kim, we can't allow our intercollators to have drugs. We gotta bag this as good cops.
The lieutenant looks toward the door as if he didn't see you pilfer that sweet Peptide. Who cares, man? Who cares what the stiff thinks? Here comes the afterburner. Just put it in your sweaty little hand now.
Speed, Saint Baptiste Peptide, so it's different from the, where's the other speed? For the speed we got from Kuno's dad? Motoric, Psyche, at the cost of 1 morale. Motorix and Psyche. Motorix and Psyche. So it's the same. Speed is seed. Speed is speed. Electrochemistry made it sound like it'd be something huge. Okay, before I go up though. Which pants? Composure? I feel like composure is what I want. And boots. These do give +2 authority. Cancels out the -1 composure. The respectable 4. Just wants me to live a little, but I've already got speed. I've got Kuno speed. I got the real Kuno shit. Which I'm not gonna give to Kuno. He's waiting for it, but I'm not gonna give a kid drugs. Stealing drugs, Kim could overlook. Giving drugs to a kid, even splitting 50-50? Nah, man. -1 drama, visual calculus isn't too important right now. Savoir-faire. There, put all my glasses together. Logic for less authority. I'll take some encyclopedia, I guess. Perception is already doing pretty good. Isn't it? Perception. Perception of 4, respectable. Only down by 1. Conceptualization for less suggestion. A nice dress shirt. Inter-isolary dress shirt. I just realized it is called. The boring brown pants that gave +1 to Kingdom of Consciousness was also inter-isolary? Which makes me wonder, what if I didn't toss it away? What if I claimed a full set of inter-isolary clothes? Which I can now never do, because I tossed the ugly pants away because they were too normal. Withholding his medicine, kid has ADHD, needs his speed. I'll take the point of boring cop. Kuno is already wild. Kuno is king of the Kuno kingdom. Kuno owns all of Jamrock, and so the king needs his level head. Rhetoric but less empathy? I'll take logic. Electrochemistry might be alright. Boots? What clothes do I want? Boot-wise. Composure. For le savoir-faire. Authority. How's authority now? Authority of 7. Probably isn't going to be too important. Let's do this. I haven't seen her since the start of the game, and she's been hanging outside smoking the entire rest of it. Clearly child abuse. Gonna be child neglect soon, since Kuno's dad is clearly dying and he's got the eyes like dad had. Somebody watching me behind the glass door. Well, I could look at the bed quick.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
Stare out the window and touch the glass.
Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
Recently replaced window. What if the mercenary was up here when it happened, when he died? Maybe when he was shot in the back of his throat. He fell through the window? He could have still been in his armor at the time. Hence a lack of glass in his body. Yeah, new glass. The question is going to become whether or not the mercenary was killed by his victim in self-defense, or whether he was so out of it that it was suicide, accidental or otherwise, as he put his gun into the back of his own throat, which is a common way to do it. Hence, eat your own gun being this phrase. Evidence being cheating. You know, that's a good point. I wasn't able to fully examine the bullet, I don't think, because of my hand-eye coordination. Was it hand-eye coordination to feel the bullet, or was it visual calculus to analyze it? It was one of those two. I might want to give it one more look over before we step out this room.
Looks like it, yes.
Loading ready run as a sketch about CSI Stone Age. Do go on, how is it?
You know which window has not been recently replaced?
The one I smashed in my room. What is this, guilt now? The one I smashed.
Yes, that one. Cold wind is seeping in right now. Just one floor below you. Messing up your concentration here.
But consider Inland Empire. They never replaced my window. But this woman is so important, they replaced hers. To hide something, to hide her guilt. Hey, the real Murdog. This game is pretty amazing. It turns out when everyone for the past 3 years was saying Disco Elysium is so amazing, they weren't just whistling Dixie. It's absolutely true.
Stop distracting him! He has work to do! Plus, if I recall, the window has been giving him shit ever since he got here!
Okay, let's see. If I can't study the bullet one more time.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp.
It's hand-eye coordination. I bumped it up to a 2. -1 from thoughts. I'd have to erase a thought to get up to a 3. And I don't think I could close, do I? But there's no +1 from close. I have interfacing. No. It's gonna have to be... Gotta take the gamble then.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag.
It's a coin flip.
Bearing the RCM stamp.
It's barely better than a coin flip.
You can't remember what happened last week. What makes you think you're going to remember arcane firearm models?
Alright. Next level up I get. I'm gonna have to maximize my hand-eye coordination, get it back up to barely normal. Okay, miss. Been staring at us through the window long enough. Astra menthol. I don't think that's significant to me. Cold coffee. Those flies? Handful of dried white wildflowers.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air.
More hand-eye coordination. Hand-eye coordination is going to be my Achilles heel. Discard the chance. Discard the chance or no chance ever. It's a 58% chance to lose, but a 100% chance if I discard it. Take the chance.
The wind brushes them off the roof. They're gone.
Would have been gone anyway. And there goes significant evidence, I'm sure. Though I could have let them be. I could have chosen to not interact with them.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Where does it lead to?
I don't know, Lieutenant Ifrater. It is not the first closed door we found in this building.
He's referring to my title now. Upper rank.
Door.
Is it important?
I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case. The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
See, the main investigation and the door below are merging into a stereo investigation. Could say something, but not going to because I don't gloat. Saying that you don't gloat is the exact same thing as gloating. Put it in stereo.
I hate it when that happens.
It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Sounds like it's heavy too. Very sturdy.
Kick the door in with physical instrument. A heroic check. But the rhetoric to open the shipping container was also impossible. And we still got 6s on that. Physical instrument. I'm gonna take the diversion. Physical instrument. Anything else to physical instrument? That might be the only one. -2 physical instrument. Yeah.
The same small, heavy
From
door.
3% to 3%, do it!
Sight. You kick it, gung-ho style, entering the premises.
I was close,
style.
5 and 3.
But the door fails to respect the force. All you hear is the bar rattling inside, laughing at you.
When this interface went away and went to cutscene, I thought for sure, wait a minute, actually succeed.
Alright, let's trash the place.
I gotta reprove it at least.
Let's not.
Okay, where's my boots? Not the boots, the shirt. Okay, let's try this again then. Basic conversation.
Welcome to the group.
Her hair is still slick from the shower.
The shower she's been taking for 2 days now, since every time we approach the door was shower noises.
Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
Not now, electrochemistry. This is someone viscerally tied to the case, it's not
I'm
appropriate.
sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Nice view here first.
It's much nicer now.
Where the dead body used to hang, clearly visible from the roof, but no longer.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly.
More +1s to
There is
accumulate.
something in her light brown eyes, a sadness, when she thinks about the death of that man.
Okay, so the Hardy Boys downstairs are saying she's a rape victim. But if empathy is correct, then there's sadness. What if it wasn't what the Hardy Boys said it was? Because Titus Hardy is more attached to her than he's letting on. And to hang the body in a tree, visible from this roof of all places. Though I'm still open to the possibility it was self-defense. And they're trying to cover up for her self-defense killing of the mercenary. Mention a cleaning lady. I think I need one.
Oh, yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
It has. Disco Infernum. You know not what you speak. There are vortices, the dark energy present, but not to hell. To another place. A third place. Much different from our world. We just trashed it. Disco Infernum.
They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the infernum.
She's approving so far. This is building my rapport.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I see you've already met my colleague.
This does not come as good news to him.
We told him, though. We told him we met.
Have I ever? Have you grown accustomed to your role as a police officer?
Oh yeah. Feel the power.
Just because authority succeeds doesn't mean I have to take his success choices. You're accustomed to the power. Once a cop, always a cop. I have very little idea of what I am doing, unimportant to the case at hand. Oh no. What do I know about this gal? She runs drugs. She might have a deeper role in the organization, given the amount of stations possible in her radio. She approves when I thrash the place. That doesn't sound very pro-authority. But it's either cop with power, cop, no idea what's a cop, or sound like a cop. Grow accustomed to the power.
I can see that. It suits you.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first.
Something
when
else?
When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult.
Okay. Anything else first, before going there? Then take option 3. Your room's close to mine. Personal question. Nice room. For the record, what is your name?
Clausier Amondou.
Same name that Titus gave you. It sounds Oranese, as does her accent. Her birthmarks also signal Oranje. You don't know why, but Oranese girls tend to come speckled with them.
Are you from Orani?
Right, sir. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. I guess you could say I am an Oranese expatriate.
Oh, sure. When it's the Iranis, and it's expatriate, and everybody else is a migrant. What is Oranje?
A bad memory, officer.
Of?
Of lilacs and lightning. Parks, glass, duraluminium. Vredefort is a conference city. It's always autumn there. And night. At least it was for me.
Autumn and night does sound pretty chill. Sounds pleasant.
What's so bad about that?
Exactly, Kim.
Nothing. If you're no longer there.
The conference centers are filled with people who get angry at you if you do something wrong.
If that's true empathy, then I think I'll let it be. That's probably not the invitation to do something to ask about it. Probably it means this, be more tactful. How do I interpret the successful role? What's it communicating as a game? It means they don't like if you do something wrong. Ask about that. It means They don't like if you do something wrong. Letter B, it's bad memories. Did you do something wrong?
Sooner or later, everyone does.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
And what you do, your specialization?
Something stupid.
Wanna hear what's stupid? Somewhere in a one-room apartment on Boogie Street, a young man shows Patrol Officer Tilbrook his genital warts, asking if they're cancer.
Totally.
His partner, Emil Mullins, can't be there. He's in another apartment with another man who's showing him a dead dog under the radiator. It's dead, Mullins says. No, the man replies. I touched him. He's warm. He's warm, Mullins replies, because he's under the radiator.
Something stupid. And then Esprit de Corps speaks up. I doubt she's a cop. Esprit de Corps, why are we having a moment anyway? Is it the stupidity triggering some memories in my mind about the caliber of people we deal with on the daily, and now we feel some familiarity with her? Are you a cop, miss?
No, no. More stupid. Oranese lit.
Yeah?
Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university.
What's it about?
Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are... only the name of the nation changes.
Literature, but not, say, drug running or lorry operating. No. Have we connected the victim to the lorry driver? Probably not, have we? She wouldn't necessarily be the 8th Hardy Boy.
If that's true, then Revacholian lit would fit you like a glove.
What do you do with Orange's lit?
Nothing. I do nothing with it.
How do you make money? Money's very important. Show her some money.
Cool. I've made more money by just being than I have with Oranese lit.
Being what?
Many things. A roller skating instructor, a secretary, Miss Oranje 37.
It's the world's most tired smile. Miss Oranje, now there is something you should linger on.
Electrochemistry, yes. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to linger?
All things considered, very. Now linger.
Sometimes it's very obvious when the voices in my head are being helpful, but given this is the sex, drugs, and rock and roll voice in my head, and the tiredness in her voice, I don't know. I don't think I want to listen to this guy. Understood. Conclude. She's very tired, I'm sure. It's pretty obvious what Miss Oranje is. Understood.
Mm-hmm. I would offer you coffee, but it's garbage. Literally
take a look at your passport.
Like poison. I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
So we go back across the canal lock, scour the coast for 3 hours.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river.
I'm pretty sure I have the legal right to demand your passport. How do I know you've told us your real name?
If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausia Mondu. It's a weird name.
She seems to be telling the truth, sire.
Alright. So I'll believe her. But what about the legal right to demand her passport?
Look, officers, I like this place, but I don't want to be stuck wandering the city like a ghost after being robbed of my travel documents. I don't want to become an indentured servant in a brothel on Boogie Street. And I don't want my relatives to pay the ransom.
Fair enough.
Okie dokie.
If any of this made her nervous, it certainly doesn't show in her expression or her movements.
But that doesn't mean I haven't made her nervous and have botched this entire interview.
The record. So official.
Nice room you've got here to segue to it being closer to mine.
Yeah. It's pretty deluxe.
No one likes to talk about their dirty laundry and their empty bottles. Maybe if you phrase it emotionally.
An emotional phrasing suggestion? What are you doing rolling in rags? You've got sad all over the place. That's emotional. Quite the collection of prescription drugs. Where's the door lead to? Window is new. Start emotional. You got sad all over the place.
Yeah. I've contaminated it pretty bad.
Is that why you're out here?
The contamination spreads from room to room. First, I escaped upstairs. The sad got that too. Then I found the handle for the summer door.
What is the nature of the contamination? There are a lot of got it's and understood in this interview. A lot more terseness than I usually see from Raphael. I have to wonder if that means anything. He was already put off with his hand shaking because we've spoken at some point in the past.
For me, it's a mix of me with a lack of cleaning services. How about you? Talk around the establishment is, you have an industrial sad spill in there.
Kindred spirits. It's a demon who spills a betrayal on apricots. It's alcoholism, miss. I don't know what it is. It is alcoholism, but it could be tied to the smell of betrayal and apricots.
I love apricot chewing gum.
I hate apricot chewing gum. It betrayed me. I have apricot chewing gum in my pockets. As do I. Build rapport.
Betrayed by the things we love. What a rotten deal.
Kind of poetic. Where does the door lead to?
You tell me, officer. I've been trying to open it, in case the contamination gets to the roof and I have to move on. No luck.
The window itself is new.
It is.
The lieutenant makes a note in his notebook. He finds the answer unsatisfying.
She doesn't want to talk about it yet. I have to approach another angle. Got quite the collection of prescription drugs down there.
Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it.
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revachon, but you should still reprimand her.
Nah, that's not gonna win any friends, Authority.
No, don't listen to the stiff. Be cool.
Exactly. Suggestion gets it. Success doesn't mean I have to listen to him. Narcomania is nothing to be proud of. It was quite impressive. How'd you amass such a hoard?
With money, sir. It's not exactly the anti-star size caboodle I intend for it to be one day, but it's getting there.
The anti-star is, or was, a Vespertine rock and roll star who liked to do drugs. He did so many drugs, he eventually mutated into a corpse.
Collection includes Nacra, opioid antagonist. Among other things, Preptide. You have Nacra, opioid antagonist. I suppose she's taking the opioids and wants to antagonize them back too.
Comes in handy when you've done too many opioids.
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
Better safe than sorry.
And the Preptide?
Oh, yes. One of my favorites. It cures many ailments.
Truly.
Like not being able to stay up for 36 hours, not being happy. It cures those ailments. It's just a mirrored speed molecule, basically.
I took some for personal use. I could complain about it. It's her collection, but... Show her the Preptide.
Huh? Motherfucker took my Preptide? Looks like you owe me one, officer. I'm talking serious corruption here.
There's admiration to her voice. That is an affectionate motherfucker. You got 5 experience. You only get 5 experience for good stuff, right?
This does not amount to actual corruption. I can easily log it under confiscation.
Yeah, but Kim, that corruption bleeds up to you then. You are using official justification for seizing her party favors for my personal use.
Robbed by common highwaymen.
It's hard to tell if she means it in earnest or as a joke.
Both. She's surprised to see it happen, but she can't help but admire it.
She's not angry, but it's true. She's gonna have to find some more Preptide now.
So, what are you doing here, whirling in rags?
I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November.
Understood. Why here?
Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Ravishol?
In the Insulindian Isola.
Came to see the new world. It's a tourist thing.
This is by far not the only reason she's here. She isn't overtly hiding it either.
What happened to the old New World? Old World? Old New World. Okay, I was confused for a second. This nomenclature was still alien to me.
It turned out to be a Zarath-infested third world slum.
Called Ilmara, and it didn't. Even after the Mesk colonized it 7 ways from Sunday, it's an industrial powerhouse.
I want to get more lore.
Wintering.
How long have
About 4 months. Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez. Came to see the...
This is by
What about
far
the old
not
world?
the only...
Conference centers. A lot of them. I'm winter.
How long have you been?
About 4 months. Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here
How about
in
Martinez?
I heard this is where the washed-up disco has-beens go.
Came to the right place. Too young to call yourself a disco has-been. This is Sassy Town. It's where the future of dance slides. Very sassy. Too young to call yourself a disco has-been. That's for us wearing the expression and horrific sideburns.
I'm really not.
She smirks though.
I'm wintering.
How long?
About 4 months. Here in the
What
Whirling,
about
here
the
in
Whirling?
Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell.
Okay, I got 2 more hours.
I'm
How long?
About 4 months. Here in the
How
Whirling.
about Rivishore?
I always wanted to see the only city in the world in the worst time of the year. It's a tourist thing.
This is by far not the only reason she's here. And she isn't really hiding it either.
Other questions?
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke.
Notice your room is closer to mine. I have a personal question.
Yes. You're just 1 room away. Very personal.
Where were you Sunday night? Need to know what I did before I lost my memory.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions, like...
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here.
Okay, so that's something to do when Kim's gone. They tell us you've been through something difficult.
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean?
Were you sexually assaulted? Have you been raped? Coming right out the gate. Do I downplay it? Do I just be upfront about what we're asking? We are police officers. Part of the job is asking the hard, uncomfortable questions. Forget it, don't want to talk about this shit. You could tell I am someone who hasn't had to ask the really hard questions to confront things. Were you or have you been? I mean, grammatically there's a difference. Sorry, but in our capacity as a police officer, we have to ask.
It's a bit early in the morning for rape.
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
It's evening, miss.
Is it? It is evening. Time flies, man.
So were you?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him.
Excuse me. Don't want to say that shit about him.
By him, she must mean the victim.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
I don't know about that kind of worms, but she's making it sound like she wasn't. Like she's not just saying she wasn't. I'm not getting that vibe that she's trying to cover for a corpse.
By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier.
Are you sure you weren't? If she says he wasn't, I'm not going to badger her. Does it conclude? Titus asked you to spice things up for us.
Pretty much.
Warning them.
So, what did they hang him for if not rape?
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
So this changes things then. I mean, I'm sure that he was being a pig to the women around here, but as far as they killed him for raping her, that appears to be completely false. So it's not the case that she killed him from self-defense, but more them looking for some justification to legitimize her killing. The question still becomes why, what the catalyst was. They haven't killed the scab, so it can't just be because he was here for the strike.
And his role in the strike was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
Titus is also sweet on her. He admits they fucked, but that it wasn't a relationship. That could be covering something. It could be his own sadness that he couldn't bag the prize.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
What happened between you and the victim?
We partied.
Partied. I've ever heard this before. Birthday party. What kind of partying? The kind I do.
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that.
Harder than this? Didn't know it was physically possible.
Oh, it is. You're still alive.
What did you do when you partied?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
So for weeks he was partying with her, and they had a mutually pleasant relationship with it?
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex.
You were lovers? Were feelings involved? You were lovers?
I guess you can say that, yes. A bit. Lovers is such an emotional word. But there was something there. We did enough drugs for there to be.
It's starting to feel like it's going back to Titus. Titus was the obvious man to go through, and then it circles back to him, but for different reasons.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
She appears aloof, but that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn out. What's that about? Apprehension? With longing. She misses him.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
Must have been hard for you then, seeing him hanging in the yard. I think that the reason they put him in the yard was for her. It's fortuitous to the Hardy Boys and the Union that they killed a mercenary stooge of the Wild Pines. It's a message not to touch him, but it's also a message for Clausy here. A hyper machismo message that if you mess with Titus's fragile feelings, here's a stiff of your lover that you could see from the roof, that you could see from the bathroom window, every single time you take your opiate aggressions.
Oh, yes. I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant. He takes a small step closer.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
One more lead tied.
Jackpot.
Reported the hanging was you.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Ravachol, miss.
12 points away from the next point. And hand-eye can reach normalcy. Before we go on, if it's snitching, then why do it?
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him.
Okay, we are wearing her ex-lover's boots right in front of her, but maybe it's a good thing then we didn't strip the body of the boots in the yard in plain sight of her bathroom window or the roof. Unsettle her or unsettle Kim? I think Kim might be able to handle it a bit better. Tip my tea over, my tea's empty. Scared myself for nothing.
Tearing off his armor, demeaning him, throwing rocks at him.
Nicole's voice was disguised.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little.
How?
With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
All very analog, very cool.
So, she's God's mystery phone cutter.
And in the process, he broke the landline downstairs.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
Why go through all the trouble because they don't like snitches? If it traces back to her, she's gonna join her paramour and hanging around.
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the Union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there.
Okay. What can you tell me about him? Name, eyes, age?
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now.
Fair.
Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about his... I don't know. Hair.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
We'll give her a day.
She meant she sees him in her dreams.
I've also seen him in a dream. Grief is funny. Sometimes talking about the weird dreams we share of those who have passed on can be helpful.
You have? Not like I do, I imagine.
She sees them in each other's arms.
This is about me telling her something nice, isn't it? I could tell her that, and she'll be happy. I see him as me, which is weird. Conclude this part of our talk. I'm gonna go with electrochemistry. He's the high and horny part of my brain, but that's also the emotional part.
Yes. And then he's dead. His mouth agape.
Conclude this part of our talk.
Oh, yes.
So, why was there a bullet to his head then?
Bullet? They shot him too?
They shot him too? You know, that could be why. They feel bolstered by the idea of, so what if the attack in the ceramic armor, we killed one guy in him? Maybe they took his gun, shoved it in his mouth, and made him eat it. She's surprised to hear this.
I'm not picking up on any theatrecraft here, sir. The pause is sincere.
They stripped his clothes and they shot him?
You mean after they hanged him?
I'm confused, sorry.
So am I. Were you aware that he had also been shot, miss?
Things are starting to go a little over my head here. I thought he was hanged. I was not present when they did it. I don't know what happened. I just know what they told me. And Sylvie, the bartender.
It's hard to know what to think about that answer.
Logic, don't fail me now. A roll of 9 versus 10, I was 1 off.
She's just tired. Don't push her too much.
She is. She is. I believe that. Went full on empathy for times like this. How do the Hardy Boys know you?
They're frequent guests. Downstairs. They have a booth for union members. They're probably down there now.
And how'd you meet?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
Did you party with the Hardy Boys?
A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
Which is why Titus Hardy was still cognizant and present enough to develop more feelings and the no strings attached things was willing to give.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have. Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
Confesses to Titus, that confirms.
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
Could that have been why? Jealousy?
I hope not. Actually, I know that's not the reason. I'm careful about that kind of thing. Not crossing the wires, you know? But that's probably where they got the rape idea.
See, here's the thing though. Titus is all machismo. She could have been perfectly clear about not crossing wires, about their intention. This is just for party, it's just for fun, don't get attached. He's attached. He is jealous. He's made that perfectly clear when he says no. It was sex and that was it. It's with sadness in his voice. There were crossed wires.
Men like that? I don't know. It's the way their imaginations work. I suspect it's what they'd like to do to me.
She changes balance from one foot to another, crossing her legs.
And since you bring that up, that is what they would like to do. Just to confirm, final question, you sure you weren't raped?
I'm 89% sure.
89? So you're not entirely sure?
You know how it is.
Do you?
A half-light failure. How is it then?
Maybe you don't know.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those silvery scales. Easy to see now that you're closer.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium, not raped, here.
Okay then, no one deserves that. Sexual assault, serious matter. Need a serious statement. Sounds like something happened, and you don't want to acknowledge it. Lieutenant, what do I say? Sexual assault is a serious matter. I need a serious statement.
Serious.
You hear cracking in her shoulders.
Let me make this 100% clear then, officer. I was not sexually assaulted. Would I be this flippant if I had been?
She says, we asked, she confirms, I'll take her word for it.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
Something else before we go? A little thing? Do we? I'm sure I've exhausted everything.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Volition legendary. Slight confusion about the bullet. We have a standard anti-revolve die. That's actually given me a bonus of 1. Okay, let me huff some magnesium. 58%. Come on, 58%. Look her in the eye, make eye contact. What do you see behind those glass portals? Failure.
Time moves slowly. The triangles of her face rearranging into a weary smile. Don't worry, we will protect you from her beauty. We will consult you through the reefs and sounds of her persona. We will see through deceits. You are shielded. You are wise.
Volitions failed me, but everyone else... I have a posse. They're backing me up. They're hyping me up.
You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limbs, just below the silver jumpsuit. Miss Aranye Disco Dancer, you want to put your hand on her back and feel it arch.
Is that what the volition check is? To try to find something in her eyes without being smitten by her Aranye beauty. What is happening?
Nothing, just time passing. Don't worry.
New skill point gained? I could give another to volition to have another go at this, raise it like 70 something maybe. But I do want to improve my hand-eye coordination. It is shot, it is garbage. I want to get my hands to stop shaking.
You are not a fool.
You know the third? I seem worried. Is game making my brain cry? The game is doing good things to my brain. It is putting it on the track and making it run laps. Now that there are lies on top of lies and truths on top of truths that are all untangled and I gotta like sort through it without any combs, and something is gonna tear because I'm just pulling at hair. The dice make me worried. It's the dice rolls that have me concerned. Everything else is investigation. The investigation is very disco.
Anything out of the ordinary and you would be notified. Air moves in your windpipe. Your heart beats. You're a detective. Get back to detecting.
Is the game trying to ship us? We know now she's not a victim, so it's not as inappropriate, but she is still a witness, an interlocutor, and we're the detective, so it is still inappropriate. Plus, as far as I'm concerned, his heart belongs to the woman with the fishhook earrings that he made laugh with his dorky smile. That is chemistry. That's what I want to pursue with this. What Raphael wants to pursue. But am I being beguiled?
She presses her elbows against her waist and slowly turns her head. Her hair brushes her shoulders, making a small hissing sound, almost imperceptible.
Avert your eyes.
The strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds.
We have failed at maintaining eye contact. We'll return to this later, talk to Kim downstairs. Let me get that point in hand-eye coordinate. Calculus is 2, that's because it closes, isn't it? No, thoughts is -1 for visual calc 2? Or was it close that gave the +1? Either way. Either way, gotta get hand-eye up. There'll be more skill points.
Why not? I'll be here until 11 p.m., drinking coffee, most likely.
Okay, Kim, you said to speak downstairs, right? Icon for the stairs isn't such a mildly awkward place given the window in the way.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
Do you think this will make them cooperate? If I give them their testimony, give them her testimony, but that puts a danger on her.
Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan.
So why did she tell us all of that?
What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
I'm not sure she had to lie. I would have known. Has he seen the state that I'm in?
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
Candid. Or something is off. She does seem candid.
You think so? Being candid is the best way to lie. The appearance of candor with some facts thrown in draws attention away from whatever one chooses to omit.
And there was something, a few things, she didn't want to talk about. One because it was too soon since the death, and the body hanging there, in her field of view. There was at least one other thing she shut down, but it's been too long I've forgotten.
She may be trying to control the pace of the investigation. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our inquiries will bring us back here soon enough.
Okay, but first, there's a thought here.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
What? Do we smoke too? I know we do drugs and drink, but do we smoke?
Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering deliciously.
She broke it at the filter. We can't smoke it.
How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all.
Is this gonna be another mission? Like, back when we had find some booze and drink it for 10 experience? But smoking? Even Kim's telling us not to pick up smoking.
The idea seems to make your neck expand. Suddenly, the garish tie feels very snug.
That sounds like an allergic reaction. I'm gonna say no.
A cat rubbing itself against its owner's calves. A cat that wants you to smoke a lot. Or you could not do that. No one is making you.
No, it is making me. I should not do that. Should make priority 1. I'll think about it. Nah. I'm already killing myself how many ways? I've got like 2 Jenga blocks left on the bottom. I'm not gonna knock out the middle piece. Cast spell, confusion, smoke. Oh no, he and I'm compelled to. For the channel points, my hand's been forced. Ergo, I should enthusiastically do that. What are you doing to my Raphael, Hino? Just when I got these John Malkovich controls back, you rip it out of my hands.
Good. They'll make you stronger and better. You're too old to be cool now. But find cigarettes, smoke them, blam. Instantly a cool renegade man. A mystical red dragon with smoke rising from his nostrils. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
Small bonuses, find smokes and smoke them. I'm gonna disappoint. Oh, that's right, I can't go to this bathroom here, because if I do... Actually... Can I? Because this is no longer my room. My room is over at the other side of the canal lock. I'm going to make a quick save. And cement my obsessive desire to smoke. Okay, he comes in with. It's not time for bed yet. Because I'm going to position Raphael over the toilet. And give myself a little BRB, because it has been 5 hours now. Did I skip a bathroom break? It's almost 4. But I also started late, so I might give myself an hour more this Friday after all. So first, be back. Alright, classic music is over. Bathroom time is over. So what now? We could talk to the Hardy Boys more. But I do have a concern that if I spill the beans on this new information, that's not going to be safe for her. We could speak to Lena and her husband, and that'll be done. But they'll be here all night anyway. It is 7:47 right now. What to do at 7:47? We could try to speak to Everard. What are my stat spreads currently at? Visual calculus not too needed, conceptualization get a bit low, drama's alright, rhetoric's alright. Encyclopedia getting high up, is that the glasses? It is. Items +2. And perception -1. Visual calculus for less drama. Logic got authority down. Drama is doing alright, I think. Drama of 4, visual calc of 3. 12-minute difference, hey. There are some that's like, what, half an hour or 15 minutes? I'm using time zones that aren't imaginary political lines drawn on the globe. Have you seen how squiggly time zones get? I'm using actual longitudinal differences and adjusting every few miles. And nobody knows where the other lorry driver's hiding yet. Just have Earth time. So here's the thing though, even if we just had Earth time, there's still a 24-hour spread all throughout the 360 degrees of the Earth. So it's going to end up with it being morning in one corner, night in the other, afternoon in the other, some other place. Eventually, some other system will have to make sense of it. We can't just say, oh yeah, it's 9 a.m. We all go to bed at 9 a.m. where the sun's scorching in the middle of the sky. Eventually, time turns local. It used to be noon, but we settled for like, alright, here's noon, here's a baseline. The sun's straight up. That is midday. So, in whatever form it takes. Fishing rod? There's a fishing rod back here.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. That's such a relief. Titus can be a handful sometimes.
Actually, no.
Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today?
Mail the signatures you asked me to get and lie. Met Joyce, the company representative. Just finished investigating the local drug trade.
You've got a lot of spirit clearing up the drug problem alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now, let's talk real business.
What a jokester.
He refuses to discuss it further. It's probably just a small nuisance to him. Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
Well, how about this? We met Joyce, the company representative.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Everybody else seems to make it a union versus corporation situation.
We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I helped you get the body down. And I'm helping you find your gun. I'm not a jealous guy.
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
Are you sure? I find it a little odd. Told Joyce I met you. What happened to the previous negotiator, Mr. Gaumont? The previous union leader vanished under suspicious circumstances. Union lowballing her. Why haven't you let her in to see you? Are you sure? I find that odd.
I'm just a nice guy, Harry. I wouldn't be where I am now if I wasn't nice. Politics is all about emotions, and I want you to have positive emotions when you think of me.
I'll have more positive emotions if you give my gun back.
Okay then. Positive emotions it is. You like positive emotions.
What happened? Mysterious circumstances. Start with that.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Did somebody else leave the door unlocked for her?
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Funny, Joyce didn't mention any casserole.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
Where was her heart?
That much is true. His heart truly is in it. Though you wouldn't think so by looking at him. If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression. or demeanor now.
Well, what about Mr. Gaumont?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
He made concessions for the company in previous negotiations. Why would you let an ally like that go? Unless you're asking for more than simple union concessions.
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
Okay, but you called him a midget.
Harry! I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
I'm starting to think that Harry Everard is losing his grasp on me. Told Joyce I met you. We're using Joyce information right now. I think he might have known. Joyce seems to think the unit is lowballing her.
Yes, yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
But composure, the way he's acting, or in what he's describing? You think this guy doesn't want to sort out issues? He wants a fight. Maybe. We do know that he and his brother are a bit of the mobbish type. But maybe his heart really is in this, and his interpretation of such is cause an incident, make a fight? I don't know yet.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
It's a fortress. He knows she can't get in here. He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Okay, we told Joyce that we met.
It's perfectly okay. Even if you've told her everything we've talked about, it's absolutely fine.
Those asterisks say otherwise.
He seems happy about the prospect of you telling Joyce about your conversations.
You want me to tell her about our conversations?
No, Harry. I'm perfectly neutral and 100% for transparency. I know people say a lot of bad things about the Debarders Union, but we are actually squeaky clean.
Yes, he really doesn't seem to mind.
If we told her everything, which we did not, then it would be giving her a lot of unpleasant information. If we gave her lots of unpleasant information, that might have to tip the timescale on the actual riot. Or maybe what? Set her off her game? Put her in a weaker place of negotiation?
Sure, he thinks. It's about transparency.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret.
To include my missing gun, Everett? Is that between the line here?
Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun.
Gotta bypass that
Tell
thing.
her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
We'll be back. Could I get anything else vis-a-vis the Hardy Boys or the drug trade? Because the man just clams up. But given that it's 8 o'clock, we've radioed in. Why don't we pursue the lead on the drunk guy from the boardwalk? And hopefully by then it'll be 9 o'clock. And we can talk to Martin Martinet, who might have more information. There's still lots and lots of leads. And then the big question becomes, Do I do karaoke before or after having Kim bring the body down to processing? And when I do, there's a few things that require not having Kim around. One of them is with the woman upstairs. The other, there was something else over across the canal, right? Fishing village? I think I do want Kim with me when I do karaoke, but it might also take some time. And Classy said she's only going to be there until 2300? Till 11? So I haven't got all night.
Just an ordinary wall.
28%. Conceptualization. Any penalties? No penalties? I think I do have conceptualization closed. Don't I? Suggestion? Visual calculus? Or am I misremembering? Esprit de corps now. I might be misremembering. Got plenty of drama. Composure. I could take a swig of something. Conceptualization is in the intellect block. It's smoking for intellect, isn't it? Physique, motorics, and psyche. I could take speed to improve my hand-eye coordination. Okay, let's give it a go then.
Just an ordinary wall.
28%. It's a coin flip of a coin flip.
Because
got it.
You see it. Finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors.
Let the conceptual joy flow into your pupils and blossom into thoughts in your brain.
All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God.
More.
Oh, wall father.
Kim, I must paint this wall, add even more beauty to it.
Huh? He sounds tired of it all. You already have the heavy fuel oil to use as paint. It's red. And Cindy the Skull has a paintbrush. This is on.
Paintbrush from Cindy the Skull. I know you're tired, Kim, but take another look at this wall. Draw nourishment from its beauty.
Sure.
Already had the paint. Just need to get a paintbrush from Cindy the Skull.
If you must.
I must. He's so resigned now. Okay, it was apartment 20, was it? Which is upstairs, I think? First, Cindy, could you help a pig out? I have evolved from a quadrupedal organism to a bipedal one, to a higher planed artistic visionary.
Hello again, officers.
Is that better than cold room yours?
Ooh, not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
Nah, brother, nah. Him, strangely enough, seems to like me. I've given him so many causes for disappointment, but somehow he's had worse. And I'm frightened to know what could possibly be worse than me in this state.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
She's half right, she is a miner. Not the nicest place. Really, you're a miner?
Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens.
Have you got a real home in Martinez?
Does anyone in a city like this?
If there's pain about any particular home she's lost, she's buried it deep, fortified herself against it.
According to Kuno and Kunawesa, he's into you. According to the fan art. According to the fan art and the fan discussions, it's totally Kim and Raphael low TP.
It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
Cool philosopher. Other questions. Give
Shoot,
us
Piggy.
your
It's
paintbrush.
what you do, isn't it? What for?
I'm doing renovation. It's more but necessary. Motor carriage. Gotta uncover. The apocalypse is coming. I need to warn people. For art. It's for art, okay? If I open my soul, will she open hers and give me the paintbrush?
Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about?
Haven't really thought about anything yet, but I'm sure I will. Everything is sad and shit. Need art to make it okay. Grand art. Art deluxe. Artsiest. Most groundbreakingest. I would go with my internalized actual art degree, but just give me the brush.
Sounds like you're just about to live out your self-pity, not make a statement. I can't have shit art on my conscience.
You'll see. You will all see in treble.
Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck. Everything really.
My conceptualization? It's a red shirt that cannot be retried. Oh no. Unless there's an alternate way to get a brush. Am I not going to be able to do the wall if I fail at this? It's a red check. I have to come back later. This lady needs manners. Hino, have you not dated artists? That's just how they are. This is remarkably polite and social.
Give me a moment.
De l'imagine?
It's about Victor, isn't it? It's always about Victor with her. You'll find the Maisons in apartment 20 upstairs.
20 upstairs.
It's one of those doors on the balcony.
Kneel on her throat. Oh no, Wither. In this fantasy, we're gonna be a better cop. We are super art cop. On the balcony, 20 upstairs. That's about where... What was his name? Martin Martinet? Almost called him Milton. Miltonese. So we have an hour for Martin Martinet. None of the other doors open. Except for the one Martin was in. Is that 20? Does he share the same house? That's 28.
And appears to be reinforced. Someone...
No, that's not yet then. Wrong balcony maybe? Or this one?
A weathered brown
20.
door. The number reads 20. Something smells good. Soup à l'oignon.
They got soup à l'oignon in here. Why's he gotta go out with sheep kebab and 20 bottles of the vodka?
The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard.
Don't knock! Just leave! You don't need this! You don't need to sad it up!
We're gonna sad this up. It's late, Wither. It's coming towards the end for me too. Already 4:20 here. So probably won't be too much longer, but you enjoy your night, Wither. Thanks for hanging. Good night. Kim, we should discuss this before we move on. What should we expect?
You're right. Let's talk this through.
You hear light footsteps passing by the door and some folk music playing on the radio.
I am about to make some widow unhappy.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Any advice on how to tell her he's dead?
Dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Okay, don't say we know how they feel.
Good advice.
What if I don't want to do this?
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle this information. It just has to happen. as soon as possible.
Alright, I think I'm ready.
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Let me just change my boots. Because these are my authority boots. I might want my composure shoes. For perception, composure. Composure of 6. Empathy of 8. Empathy of 8, don't fail me. Esprit de corps and visual calculus. Logic. Logic shirt or what else? -1 empathy. Want my empathy. Pants, composure. Pants just gonna get. Less drama. Any other glasses help me out here? No. Gloves. Half light and interfacing's not gonna help too much. Necktie. I could swap out the necktie. My necktie doesn't want to be satted up. Drama for him. Drama. Or physical instrument and shivers. Let me organize this some so I'm not constantly going back and forth for everything. Coats up top, then shirts. This is completely meaningless to this exercise. Coats, shirts, gloves, pants, hats. Only hats. Glasses, boots. And scarves? Okay. Everything together. I know to get something, my hands are empty. Which one was that? Esprit de corps. Finger pistols. Suggestion +1 if I have empty hand slots. Slots plural. Do they both have to be empty? Bonus from thoughts is 0. Flashlight off. If both my hands are empty. Okay. I don't need to shine my flashlight into the face of a widow. Let's do this. Let's set it up.
A weathered brown door. Some things, Lieutenant, this is...
Don't knock! Just leave! You don't need this! You don't need to sad it up!
Set it up.
Hello? Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio.
Lieutenant?
He gives you a short, encouraging nod.
Is this Billy and Majon's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
The police? A moment, please. Give us a moment.
Tidying up. Nervously.
Her husband been missing for at least a couple of days. She must suspect what this is about.
There's fear in her voice.
Come in. The door is open.
Empty pack of Red Astra. Don't steal her Red Astras. That I found in the trash next to the deceased. Just gotta look around. Humanitarian aid macaronis. Leftovers on the stove. Buckwheat and onions, delicious. Chalk drawn off for the children. The children's height charts. Textbook for high school mathematics. I never took trig. Clock. Ticky makes me anxious. Where's that other dot? Give me the dot. Go away. There's only one bedroom, just like in Pokemon. Okay, miss.
It's you from the bookstand.
Oh no. Oh no, that's right, we've spoken to her in front of the bookstand, I forgot.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy.
Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here.
Kim, your glasses don't need cleaning. You're looking distracted. This is all on me.
He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Thank you, but I'm all right.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
Trying to read my face, my expression.
You don't want your body language to tell her the news.
Composure.
Sorry, I'm rambling. It's just that Victor often gets into all kinds of trouble. So, how can I help you?
How about some small talk before you break the news? Definitely no small talk. This isn't the time or place.
97% empathy. Kim is here. Kill my composure. Discuss things through with Kim. And we have the lieutenant's handkerchief for our own emotional needs. How have you been? Have you been? Ask about how she's doing, the kitchen. And then your husband's dead. I feel like it wouldn't be out of place or inappropriate to be like, you live here with your victim, your husband, Victor, your husband, right? Get some confirmation. Yes, Victor does live here. He's your husband. Just tell her.
You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
Do I just say he's dead like that?
Yes. That's the most important thing. Use that word. No euphemisms. This is what you came here for.
Man, if I failed these checks and we had nothing but embarrassing euphemisms... Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Maljan, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
Your husband, Victor Maljan, is dead. I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh. Oh. But... he was just...
But he was just here. Alive.
Yeah, there 1 second, the spark of life.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him?
Still too early to say, but at first glance it seems he slipped and hit his head. It was an accident. He fell through a hole of the boardwalk and hit his head. Maybe it's too much information? Fell through a hole? Hit his head? Slipped and hit his head? Either way, we're telling her he hit his head. Seems like an accident. Slipped, hit his head.
Was he drunk?
Alcohol may have played a role. We don't know yet. We'll let you know. Yes, it may have played a role. We haven't got the toxicology report, but he was surrounded by bottles.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
Gotta give it to her straight. Kim estimates a couple of days.
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
It's hard to say. It couldn't have been long. It's vague and true. 2 days maybe, 2 days lying out in the sun, and the spray, and the cold. Those 2 days, it's just like, Victor, where are you? You're drunk. Cursing his name when he was out there. It couldn't have been long.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress. The handkerchief.
Take this. Give her the lieutenant's handkerchief. Don't give her the lieutenant's handkerchief. It's too special. We have to be good cop. Just give it to her.
A small, terrified smile quivers on her face as she takes the handkerchief and wipes away the tears. She looks disoriented.
Kim would understand. Kim can give me another handkerchief of his.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No. I just need to tell my girls. God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
Take a day to recover. Says empathy. Yes, they should know. Want us to call them and ask them here. Take a day to recover.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
Kim, this is your forte. I've forgotten everything to include the location of the morgue, police procedure. You seem to know where he's going.
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
A very good call.
Why is it a drama role? There's no lie here, no falsehoods.
Is there anything else that the
For the
RCM
act,
could do
maybe.
for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
Very sorry,
We
ma'am.
should step outside and talk.
Set the library card by her. Simple scene. Few words, but I'll admit. Got me teary-eyed here. Kim, what's up?
You did well.
Could have done more. Could we have? You gave me the handkerchief. Now what?
I'll call the station tomorrow and let them know the name of the deceased.
That's it?
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
What about Billy and her kids?
They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
In that case... Also, Volition, what are you doing? You succeed now. What about earlier? When we were halfway to getting beguiled, that was a Volition check. Get back to the suitcase. Case closed.
Let's go.
And that gives us half an hour till Martinet comes back, so... 50. Exactly halfway to the next level. What would I even do? Hand-eye coordination is maxed out at a paltry 3. Visual calculus is starting to become more important and has so far to go. Empathy is a massive 8. But there are legendary empathy skills checks that still aren't doing their thing. Volition needs to get bumped up 1. I want to retry the attempt with what's-her-face. Although maybe I don't gotta put points into Volition, because there's other sets you want to talk about later. If I wait for those laters, they could add more +1 modifiers, which would reopen the possibility to glare into her eyes without being bewitched. You know, I fully understand. By all means, I spent 3 years hearing everybody else say this game is amazing and not playing because I didn't want to be spoiled. If you don't want to be spoiled, don't be spoiled. Preserve yourself however you can. Some of the twists that have popped out, the 180-degree turns on my assumptions of a case that keep twisting and keep turning, save those for yourself. There's absolutely no harm in not being here if it gives you a fuller experience when you finally do play down the line. That is perfectly fine. Bucket? What's in bucket? How did I miss that before? But since we got a half hour, talk to more about the traps. Classy, we got a couple things to talk about with her. Find smokes. Confront the Hardy Boys, what Classy told me. Sometime after 2100. 30 minutes. You'll leave the lurk regardless, thank you, Hina. Advanced analysis with hand-eye coordination. I did bump up my hand-eye coordination. Maybe could take another go at it. Split a kilo with Kuno. I'm not gonna split the kilo. Little girl of the fishing village. Okay. Gloves? That's probably the two kids who were playing by that one house. For the gloves. Haven't found Isabel. In a day for more info. Has it not been a day yet? I thought it's been a day already. Maybe I'll try calling the dispatch one more time. Maybe we could speak to Joyce, see if Joyce has anything to talk about. We can give her the good news that I found my badge. See if she's got a paintbrush.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I found my badge.
I love you did.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
I think I've already asked everything there is to ask about her. Tattoo. She wanted time. They gave her time.
I fear I've told you all I know.
No.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Beginning with Everard.
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
Of course, Detective.
Gotta keep mum on the gun.
You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can I do for you? Of course, anything to
We
help.
lost at everything, I think.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news.
Reality?
More lessons in basic reality?
There's nothing else for
My
reality?
favorite glad to have been of assistance.
Okay, well they gave us a minute. You know, there is no way that Cindy has the only paintbrush in the world. Maybe it's okay if I fail to get it from her.
Inside, you see a set of
Gotta
stereo
wait for the
levers,
kinema
a
speech.
radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Armored boots is unhighlighted. It's gonna be a no.
Still no word, I'm afraid, sir. 57.
Okay,
In the
thanks.
cabin, you see
So how about if I spend 50 real on speakers and sneakers? What are the clothes again?
Coming back! That's good, officer.
Composure for less
Keep browsing
shivers.
those clothes. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
Conceptualization. Find some interesting sunglasses. How's my conceptualization? There's no penalties to it. 4 is as good as it get. Visual calc. Nah, there we go. +1 conceptualization. At the cost of logic. Try again.
Shine on these sunglasses
42%
lasts a
for
lifetime,
some
officer.
interesting sunglasses.
100%
Fail.
guaranteed.
Ooh, got some. Water blue shades. Sub Insulindic rendezvous.
Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high culture.
this is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster, Harry.
Have I?
Giant, hidden, and strangely tender at
Aw.
heart. All is blue. All right. But these actually make your vision worse. It's like literally being underwater.
So they make my vision worse. Is that worse perception? Worse visual calculus?
Yes. But they also make your soul quiver like jello. So deep.
That'd be what? Inland Empire? Conception? Conceptualization?
Wow, officer! You look so cool!
I don't think anything is going to improve Raphael's ability at conception.
And they can be yours for a mere 3 real.
3 real only?
My regular customers have passed them all up because they've got no taste. But you found them.
Kim, what about these?
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough examination. It's a case to him.
You look like a musician.
Ooh.
Like a blind musician.
Ooh.
But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
Ugly glasses, electrochemistry, but no logic. Cool, deep blue glasses. -1 perception. But they did give +1 Inland Empire. Inland Empire, which is already pretty phenomenal. Dreamers, power natural investigators, mental creators. High levels to animate the inanimate. Conversations with my clothing. Conversations may change the course of investigation. If I'm not first thrown to the loony bin. With low Inland Empire. No imagination and character. At least that, I don't have to worry about. I'll take the cool blue shades.
A man who knows his style. Much respect.
Shades of self-destruction because they're too small to pinch my head. Have I got any sunglasses that give... I don't have any that improve electrochemistry.
Shine on these sunglasses.
I'll buy them then.
A good starter pair.
Okay, so...
You keep coming back. That's
Composure
good,
and shivers.
Keep browsing those clothes, keep saving that economy.
It's only $4.50.
Gotta prepare for springtime, right?
The luxuries I could afford myself, now that I don't have to worry about rent every single night.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the...
Okay, so... I want the speakers, but he says I can't have the speakers unless I buy the sneakers. This is a 2-for-1 offer.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here.
Reaction speed and hand-eye coordination. I suck so bad at hand-eye coordination. Give them to me.
Super cool. Now the premium lifestyle is yours, officer.
Now the speakers.
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
Speakers from the People's Republic of Samara.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ears with that Samaran garbage.
Thank you very much, Sileng. Right. Got the fuel canister, got speakers. I could sell them back for 30. Okay, that's a small rebate on the shoes then. That's pretty cool. Okay, composure. If I were to organize this though, I gotta like shimmy it all the way back up. Maybe I'll reorganize on my off time. Because nothing else gives composure for the coats, right? So that's pretty alright. Esprit de corps and shivers. Esprit de corps and visual calculus. What's shivers right now? It's at 3. So it's pretty baseline. Let me go talk to... Actually, before I go talk to anybody, I have all this terror that I haven't turned in ages. Yellow roses aren't the flowers left for classy. Ooh, could I pursue that?
The tear machine step, your bottles clunk.
$2!
And the money appears with a...
I had so much tear.
Is this about the questions again? Because
Okay, now let's go talk to the out-of-it lorry driver. The big fake scab leader we'll talk to tomorrow, when there's more time. And by tomorrow I mean Monday.
You caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions.
I think I know what's going on with you, and it's not drugs, surprisingly.
And what is that?
You're a pail driver. You transport goods with a pail.
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the pail, and now he's talking to everyone about it.
Not everyone, just her.
Fine then. Just try not to black out again, and don't contemplate. We don't have time for that.
Oh, I'm contemplating, Kim. I'm drawing existential conclusions from this. Yeah, no, just for detective work. Everything is related to the pail, my condition, the case. Everything. It's all anthroponetic. We're using the new big words we just learned.
That is exactly what I didn't want you to think. Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work in pail transport.
No offense, but your partner seems like a bit of an idiot.
You talk about him or me? Who are you addressing?
Republica. A filterless cigarette from Mist.
Republica, not very healthy. I blacked out. After a night of heavy drinking and lost all memory of the world, I blacked out from sheer heartbreak and lost all memory of the world. I'm not an idiot. I'm a detective of the RCM. Don't say I'm an idiot. Republica.
Neither is spelled transportation. Life is transitory.
A confession. I blacked out from sheer heartbreak and lost all memory of the world.
Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Segúreme, Paraíso. You're the opposite of me, then. I remember everything, even the things I never knew.
Thought maybe she was nuts or high before, but if going through the pale gives like complete folds of history and everything and blah blah blah, then it could be that she's seen things and memories that weren't hers, things that have not happened yet or maybe might.
The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot, in the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation, on the grand stairs of Ryle. The smoke from the Fowling piece when Dolores Day was shot. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had a father. And I never shot her innocent Dolores Day.
Over radiation from the pale?
Heroic doses, Rivel. Heroic.
The true heroes, the frontline pale drivers. But isn't that dangerous?
Thought insertion? Dithering? The Grad Catalan Magistral? It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now
this is how you live?
When you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this.
Gestures to the broken horse.
What are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor.
She had me at the first half. It doesn't have to be this industrial horror. You can make it better. As Freddy sang, this could be heaven for everyone. What's it look like, the pale?
Like looking into the ocean at night, in the dark. You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined.
I've gone night fishing at least once. And let me tell you, it is absolutely frightening. The waves in the day don't look too bad, as you're bouncing along them trolling for tuna, but at night, they become mountains of blackness, undulating. Among a canvas of blackness. It all feels so infinite, especially when you're a small child. How's it feel?
Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, is like autumn, dark gray and orange. The orange of street lights and the color of streets and electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible.
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's too much to bear. She loves it.
How do you pass through it?
In the belly of an airship, behind the sail windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it.
So you don't go on this lorry then? Do you drive the lorry into the airship?
No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
One last thing, so you can become like vapor. Is there going to be some sort of like cessation of the transmigration of souls in this great cosmology where nothingness exists between the Isolas?
Yes.
No elaboration.
I would rather have what I have than have what you have. I'd rather have what you have than have what I have. I feel like I already have what you have in some way. Kinda. This guy wasn't a tabula rasa waiting for me for nothing. He reached his oblivion.
They say there is a point. One that I have not crossed. In the Pale Super Deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction. It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale.
The finale of Harry? Where Guinea could slip Raphael in between the ears?
Maybe you've been down the motorway south?
The motorway south?
It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Tarife, not pale drivers. Way beyond the established pale that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent and dark, and the process begins, erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from.
In the center of this town, there's a ghostly motorway.
More
she
speed.
sang.
More morale. It takes all the people where they want to stay.
They say I've been away on a kind of holiday.
What is at the end of the motorway south?
No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning. I've only felt it in the distance.
Thought game,
when I
motorway
was
south.
A child rowing on the lake.
Man?
Josiane.
There is nothing more to do now. She's far away. She is receding in the clutches of some indescribable scattered emotion. The child descending.
Considering how common I get conceptualization successes, this thought that gives me a small stat penalty for experience and morale boosters, every conceptualization success is pretty good actually.
You fried
I should make a note.
brains enough for today, detective. Let's get some air. This one's far gone.
I should make a note of which thoughts I want to keep for the next time. Actual art degree? It is the actual art degree. Ruins hand-eye coordination with a conceptualization bonus? How'd I get this one? I did something to get this, but I can't remember what. Motorway south. Minus on visual calc. 8 whole hours! At the edge of the map, the landmass begins to disintegrate. Into pure trigonometry, the ocean melts, becoming a tangle of sines and cosines. A mountain's range turns into a sharp, angled azimuth. Its green rain shadow dithers, like music, turning into a waveform and then vanishes. This is the end. A half-remembered textbook from her childhood. The porch collapsing on the edge of the Isola. A transition from reality to pale. A single vector shoots out like a rocket. It is a motorway south, splintering off from the known pale to where? Where does it go? Okay. I've only got 2 left. And I think there's a couple space left for self-destruction in Raphael. I think I do want to internalize the mysteries of the motorway south and the apricot-chewing, gum-scented one that has been haunting me the entire game and has killed me once already. Thank you, madam, very kindly. Has it been long enough? Alice in a day. I must have called pretty late at night then, if it's still ongoing.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza.
Visual calculus. I have nothing for visual calculus, do I? Composure. Nothing visual calc. Well, let's tell Lena then that I got her husband back. That'll kill like 5 minutes.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
Just doing my job, ma'am. Truly epic long distance trek. Was just on my way while working the case. I'm basically a cryptozoologist now.
I knew it.
I'm not surprised. It's already getting out of hand.
Well, in that case, sweetie,
8-eyed territory hot
a
tie?
small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Mexican origin. The pin is an antique, quite special to the cryptozoological community.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
You never told me you've seen the Phasmid.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
I do.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the Phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary
9 o'clock.
what you were able to
Time for Martin
describe.
Martinet.
Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
That's his own composure check.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Where was this and how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5 and a half in Betancourt in the suburbs.
This isn't Betancourt though. Maybe got the location wrong. Wrong place to find him.
She'd just started forming memories. Real memories. Not the billowy haze of infanthood.
What empathy? You don't have real memories of infanthood? It's interesting, with some places and peoples form memories earlier than others.
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it.
Now, that's not like the eugenics things where, oh yeah, some races have better memories than others. I mean more like culturally. How the child is brought up and engaged. Works the mind in different ways. Locks in those memory muscles earlier or later for others. But 5 years old is still old enough to have an active imagination. I was 100% certain when I was a child that I saw these stuffed animals move on the couch at night when I woke up. It was clearly a dream.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left. Went into the reeds.
Did you follow it?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there, knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Where did you go? Don't go.
Oh, still chasing the ex something. Then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing.
It worked eventually.
Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
Who believed you
We were on a
fully?
date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
They were brought together by fate. They're
So
perfect
that's
for each
how they
other.
met. This is beyond significant for them.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
Kim, what do you think of that, huh?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
We were on a date?
Our first, yes.
A tender look for the husband. Its limbs were white?
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
I don't mean to offend, but is there a possibility that you imagined it?
How could she? Who imagines this? She didn't know about the phasmid. This is the main thing here, what makes it a confirmed sighting. She had no previous knowledge of the insect.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, "Lena, you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here." They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming.
Oh, that's so cute.
But I saw it.
Cute flirting. Thank you for the story.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
So it could be heat stroke, or could be. It could be, or what is this? Insulindian phasmid? Maybe it requires warmer climates.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own. Into the mud. Anywhere.
Okay, tell him that we got his traps. We checked them for him.
I couldn't possibly shower thanks on you as enthusiastically as my wife has, but I am grateful for your assistance, officer.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
All of them empty. Of phasmids. But one was empty of bugs, but it might have been manipulated.
Good. Okay. And?
One of them was empty.
Completely empty?
Nothing in the trap. No locust, but no phasmid.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
The empty trap was what is your campsite. Maybe that factors... Campsite has a fire. It had a fire. Maybe that was warm enough for the phasmid to approach.
I definitely left that one stocked.
Right from the campsite? Just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
They'll always be eternal optimists about it.
Of course, more clever.
You're dealing with a subject near and dear to their hearts. It might behove you to tread lightly.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locust and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
That's exactly what this is, with a deft hunter, this phasmid. Are you sure you've exhausted all alternative explanations? I don't know, I'm not persuaded. Suggestion says it's near and dear. Tread lightly. What if Gary, I don't know when they left exactly, what if Gary kicked the trap? Or picked it up and smashed it in frustration before they left? They were setting the traps when I went out to look about. And then they left when I wasn't looking at them, I think is how it went. Are you sure you've exhausted all alternative explanations?
Of course we have.
Wait, Morel. He may have a point. We have an obligation
See, I can't
to
just
rule
baby
out other
them.
hypothesis.
They want to approach this with scientific rigor. Where scientific rigor refuses to look. They are doing a service. I gotta help them out.
You're right, dear. It's a fair point. But what other explanation could there be? Pardon me. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
The SCDR has... I have their gratitude.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened?
Sorry, Kim, but that's an invitation. We gotta dig deeper.
Some kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft.
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window, impatiently.
Setting up the trap. Kuno's a hooligan. Kuno wasn't anywhere near there, though. Let me get my my interfacing gloves on. Inland Empire and Volition from this tie. Ooh, +1 Volition. Interfacing gloves first. I know really bad, but I might gotta switch out my Inland Empire tie at some point, my horrific necktie.
Hello. Lena and I were just discussing the design of the new trap.
Alternative theory about the missing locust.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too. You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
The little hooligan called Kuno may have stolen the locust.
A little hooligan? But what would a child want with bags?
Kuno is all the way. He practically lives behind the whirling. That trap is all the way out there, on the extreme far end. That's a huge day trip for a little kid.
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
I'll talk to the gremlin.
Delinquents. My favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
It could have been Gary. Gary, who simply wants off the job.
This is a slippery one. He may respect the law, but mostly wants to pass under the radar. You won't get a chance to talk after you walk out of here.
It says after 9 to talk to Martin Martinet. It's only 21:20.
He hasn't been particularly forthcoming before. He may well still be hiding something. After he's left, it's too late.
But I gotta talk to him now.
Gary, we're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs. Morale, it's been fun, really, but I need a bath and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologize, Gary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though. We're gonna follow this through.
He keeps the language unemotional, but it's in there. Disappointment.
There's so much I gotta do tonight. It's so...
Formation is always a blow to leadership. This is bigger than he lets on.
If it didn't take 2 hours of my time, I'd have so much to do. I could fit so much in. This is moral, right?
I really owe you one.
And there's my
getting us out of
handlers.
those reeds, officer. Finally got all that soot out of my hair. Name's Gary. Yellow Man. I mean, officer.
Wow, Gary. Already don't like you. Crypto-fascist, is it just for
The
show?
lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook.
Note
Yellow
taken.
Man. That sounds awfully familiar. Something to ask about later?
Not a lover of the great outdoors?
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
This man respects authority too much to see you for what you are. Pretend thou art a sober man.
I have neither of those things, I could assure you. But by the books, clean as a whistle, teetotaling officer. I'm not even tempted to touch intoxicants. Drunks and degenerates is my crew. I may be a drunk or degenerate, nobody's perfect. No, totally clean by the book.
I've been tempted on occasion, but someone has to stay strong for Revacol.
Serious question time. This man is no innocent. No one is.
Do you know anything about the man hanged by the whirling rags? This your mug. Hold up the yellow man mug. Cryptozoologist. You were surprised to see my colleague, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Do you know anything about the man hanged behind the whirling?
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Martinez is about. Great. Great to hear someone's finally taking care of that.
So you do know something about it?
No. Nothing. He was some kind of mercenary. But everyone here knows that. I'm just glad to hear you're looking into it. That's all.
He's not feeling very comfy in his clothes, is he? Strange. He didn't kill him or anything, but there's something going on here.
Is this his mug? Maybe he stripped a little and tossed stuff out.
My mug? Why would you think that?
His eyes widen at the sight of the mug. He's seen it before, all right.
You said yellow man, not something many people go around saying. You were calling to it longingly when you cried yellow man. I can see you recognize it in your eyes. Kind of guy who might like to have a collection of mugs like this in his colonial mug collection. Not many people say yellow man.
Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone.
Alright, I believe you. Seems suspicious. Mug found at the scene of the lynching. Admit it, man. You put the mug in the trash. Seems suspicious. This mug was found at the scene of a lynching.
Okay. I admit it.
Gotta put the screws to
I
it.
threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer.
But Gary, the trash container is normally locked. The only ones who have the keys are the garbage people and Gart.
You're not going to find me, are you?
Fine slips! I could actually rip out fine slips. Nah, Gary. I just want information. Where are these fine slips every other time? I want to squeeze this guy for info. I don't want him to give me a bribe.
Whew. Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
Everyone has such colorful slurs that I don't understand.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
How'd you get into the trash container? Did you put the victim's clothes? The man was hanged by the running rag in the trash container. How'd you get into it first?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services. CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
All of them? Everyone's trash?
So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
I should have fined this guy after all.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Did you put the clothes of the victim in the trash container.
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that.
I think he might have one of the pieces of the armor. Stripped him, took a piece off.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked.
This is the basement guy then.
Lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Yes, what happened? Okay, what happened?
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly.
So he does live down the stairs.
Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
Is that ceramic? You wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing.
It's 21:36. Out of time.
There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely after this topic is concluded.
What's that sound?
What sound?
Clicking I heard when you move. Chess piece. You think he's got the chess piece?
Really? There's lots of weird sounds in a bar like this, though. Pinball, glasses clinking. Could be someone playing pinball. I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way.
Wait, does this mean you've been in his apartment on Everart's behalf?
Mm-hmm.
That was his colonial mug collection. Perhaps this could soften him up further.
Reaction speed is a bit slow to react. Clinking sound, thinking about the armor. Analyze Gary's composure. You were surprised to see my colleague.
Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sale. I meant no offense, truly.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next racist will be a really good one?
I think so. Sorry, as you know. Yes, I remember.
Well, this is that racist.
Gestures towards Gary as if representing a work of art. This is that racist. Are you, Gary? Are you a racist? I like the previous racist better. He is nothing compared to Measurehead. Really, kind of is nothing compared to Measurehead. Measurehead was in a league all of his own. He was such measures of racism that it attracted groupies.
I don't know who that is, but all I meant was there are not many Sealites around here.
The lieutenant is a native of Revachol.
Oh, yes. Of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections.
Uh-huh.
Let's change the subject, okay?
Gary lived nearby in an apartment in Martinet.
Sure do, officer.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
Big man from Hyamdall fan. Mr. Clare must be very angry. I'm sorry. Mr. Clare must be very angry with you.
Mr. Everard?
Yes, he insisted that I open the door to your apartment.
So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him. What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me.
The muscle?
As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
I don't know what it's about, just a door. No. Don't let loose as about it yet. I don't know what it was that's like you. Try not to shit yourself, Gary. It's just an open door. Nod grimly. Our discussion on this topic is over, Gary.
Of course. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try to help if I can.
Could it be that while Everard is clearly corrupt and shady, he's actually trying to help me out with all
This
this?
scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
The weather vane has turned. He cannot be unturned.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door opening operation.
83. Scared him with the apartment. I think I have some composure stuff. I got composure, right? Like shoes or something? There's no glasses to hide my eyes and my expression for higher composure. +1 composure. -1. +1 composure. Let me switch out real quick. Oh, this is the very face of composure. What's it have now? My composure. 7.
Very generous of you to help us out, officer. I mean, officers.
97%.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from
The
underneath.
chest piece is massive musculature. No, there's something worn beneath it.
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
I see your Cloudashire of high quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was...
He can't deny me when I'm dressed in a froggy visor, soiled yellow gardening gloves, and this 90s jacket.
I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
We're not detecting falsehoods, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth. This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
I took the hangman's cuirass. I didn't mean to.
God damn it, Gary.
I know.
Shame on you. Give the cuirass to the officer at once.
Yes, give it to me, and let me pull out my
Gary
my slips
didn't
again.
mean to interfere with your investigation officers. He's just thick-headed and poor as dirt. But he's always helped us, given us a place to stay, and he's followed Morel into God knows what jungles.
He's a loyal friend.
Give me the armor now. Oh no. Could I ask about all of them? Armor first.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat.
Now, what did you really put the clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling, so I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
It's an hour and 10 minutes until 2300. Classy is letting me stay up until 11. I might have to shift the Martin Martinet until tomorrow.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man.
You better be.
CLI officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Why'd you lie, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But
He's a scaredy cat.
Do you know who killed the hangman?
I always thought it was the Union, but I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore.
Is that why we opened your
have
door?
my
Because you
word.
were saying that?
I don't know, and I won't be running my mouth on this subject anymore.
This is all he knows.
Are we done, Gary?
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either. You have my word.
Now, the game was hinting very heavily that if I leave now, Gary's going to leave forever. So I gotta ask him, just in case he knows something about the traps.
No. I help Morel with research
Oh, that's it?
sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way.
I guess that's it then. Alright, get out of here. I have just enough time to talk to Martin Martinet. And then I could have him chew me out as the body's all torn up. Pain threshold, volition, but less empathy. Ooh. I can't put it on? Oh, right, it's worn under stuff, that's right. 1 less empathy for being an armored monstrosity. 7 empathy is still pretty cool. What are the thoughts that I want? Apricot chewing is less reaction speed. Motorway south of this visual calculus for 8 hours, for 5 hours. I gotta do these both. Let me get the apricot scented chewing one first. What clothes do I want? This is Composure and Shivers. Esprit de Corn Visual Calc. For the Commander's Jacket. Shivers, I probably don't need as much right now. Man from Piamdal, the Wall of Fire. Man from Martinet, probably have a lot to talk about. For Martinet. Let's get the body done. Get the body done, and then Kim's gonna go away for the night, and then I'll go talk to Classy. Sometime after 9 p.m. About the dead man, about Sunday night, when Kim's not around. Let's do this. Let's face the music.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly.
Bag him, Kim. Take him away.
Alright.
Shiny black body bag. Is he gonna notice?
I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs.
Bag the corpse. He's not saying anything. He'll take the legs. He said nothing. I was so worried he was gonna judge me and chew me out. And that's it. There goes Kim. All by ourselves now. I was so frightened that he was going to know, he was going to notice. He really is so world weary. If me sitting that stuff really doesn't matter. Let's go back out.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Now that Kim isn't here, talk about Sunday night.
Ah, yes. The night before I saw you in the hallway and reminded you you're a police officer.
One of the first things I remember doing in Elysium, now that we have the name, before you was only the room, the sound of motor vehicle, steam in the bathroom, and darkness. First things I remember doing in Elysium.
Wow. Elysium. You don't hear that term often.
She's a glib girl, but she liked the wording.
Did you hear something Sunday night from my room?
There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music.
Elysium disco? Do you have any visitors?
I can't say. Probably not. Sounded like you were flying solo.
You mentioned loud disco music?
Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestrations prime among them. Were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course, like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Yeah, we go on all right.
I don't know about that. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped and there was a change of pace.
2 a.m.? What happened?
A slow, sad song started playing. Like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of that time you were yelling along to it.
What was I singing? Was I singing this? The smallest church in St. Saëns?
Yes, there was a church in there. A really small church. Like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that.
What else?
And that it doesn't matter anymore, and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a wounded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
Sorry, cop. Now she gets it. She parties. She's at her highs and lows. When you say wounded, in a cool way, like a wild beast.
Yes, it was very cool.
Pity.
It's impossible to say whether she's being sarcastic or really means it.
Then what happened?
Then you started screaming and trashed the place.
Are you sure I wasn't being assaulted? No, that wasn't. That's so me. What did I do?
A window was smashed. The tape player, probably.
That was after the sad song?
And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
So all this happened after 2 a.m. with a sad church song? Anything else? Please tell me there wasn't anything else. It pries me to hear this. Tell me more. Please tell me there wasn't.
There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore.
A desperate cry for help.
I heard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5. And that was it.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
Okay, that's still locked. Despite us getting more volition boosting items, because you don't have any more mods for it, nor have you raised volition. What if I raise volition via booze? Because psyche, right? Raises psyche? No, physique. If I had to raise my psyche, I gotta party with her. Kim takes a truck and takes a body away, and once he's gone, I party it up with one of the witnesses and her bottle of Peptide. It's only got 4 charges. Plus, I don't know if it actually counts as raising my psyche and my volition for the sake of unlocking white options. Plus 1 volition, so just adding more bonuses from clothes doesn't do it. It might have to be actual stat increases or new hidden modifiers. Got my volition up, but artificially. So let me see. Let me make a quick save and see if consuming substances helps out.
Now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for a little pick-me-up. Time to detect.
Will it make me super cop? But right here, now? Really bad for my health, isn't it? Will it make me super cop?
It'll make you into more than that. A mega cop. This is your modus operandi. This is how you've done it for years. Let's go.
Right here, now?
See? That's your problem. A lack of confidence. Speed can help you with that. It can help you with everything.
This is gonna be really bad for my health, isn't it?
It's not ideal, no. But you need the zeal. Let's face it, you're never going to finish this case without cheating.
My body is ready. We have a quick save. This is mostly to see if artificially improving the stat unlocks a white check. If not, eh.
You raise the peptide bottle, press one nostril closed, and inhale furiously with the other. The rush is almost immediate. It tastes bitter and caustic, and stings a bit inside your nose.
Substance used. Peptide, mamma mia. Good to have you back, Officer Megacop. The world's been waiting. Mamma mia.
Now the taste is slowly receding into your throat.
A level up
the
from
rush
it.
is growing in intensity. Your little heart pounding like a bird in a cage. A sweat breaks out across your brow. Your jaw clenches. And, let's be honest, there's a little chest pain. The good kind, of course. You may want to blast a nosophed or something. Whoa, this shit is strong. This shit is disco.
Are there any downsides to this at all?
To this? You kidding? There are downsides to not being on it.
You would say that electrochemistry. Anybody else? Any other voice want to help out here? Endurance? Does endurance want to tell me the truth?
There are massive downsides.
Thank you, Volition.
It's a potent neurotoxin. You're turning yourself into a frayed idiot.
Cool, let's boogie.
Spring. Everything is clear around you. You're ready to concentrate on the next task in the task
It is a level up.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a speed button. Speed gives...
I gotcha. So, does this unlock the thing?
I was just thinking,
it does not unlock the
what a
thing.
night-
If I get it all the way up, does it unlock the thing?
I was
It does not unlock the
thinking,
thing. Okay. But, given it's only 22 o'clock and we don't get too much out of her, we could squeeze in a little bit more with Kim with us. It's only 5:39. So what if instead, because I wouldn't want to do the rest of this
I
interrogation
was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for
without
taking
Kim
part
with
in the
me?
murder. Yeah? Alright. Not my favorite topic, but okay. How about we, change the subject to something?
So what if? It's only 2200, that's plenty of time. Back at the last autosave was what time? It was like 9:50. So moving the body took no time at all. So what we could do is we could go see Mr. Martin Martinet, after all. Yeah, see, that's just like 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes is no time at all. So how about, instead of setting Kim out now, talking to this new guy shouldn't take ages? Shouldn't take the whole hour? Gary the crypto-fascist did, because Gary had a lot hidden under his shirt. But if the cutie Martin Martinet only has a murder to talk about, it'll take us no time at all, and we can interrogate him with Kim with us to take notes. And then we can move the body. And then I could talk to, what's her face, as I just did. Go to the same options. He's here? Let me make sure I'm dressed for the occasion, though. Composure but no shivers, conceptualization. What do I want? Pain threshold, less volition? Or less empathy but more volition? I should be okay. Composure boots or shoes, reaction speed and hand-eye coordination, authority, he's already got me in the door, shivers, visual calculus, maybe, composure now is where? 7, it's incredible. I got a skill point to level up. Let me give myself that apricot. As last time. And clothes-wise, less drama? I think I want drama. More encyclopedia? Logic for less authority? More Inland Empire? What I'm getting is I want no glasses. All the shoes I got. Perception, Composure 7, Perception 5, they're both cool. As opposed to Composure. Okay, in that case. Give me those shivers just in case. Ooh. And I don't need the light shining in his face, so let's take these off. For the +1 suggestion. Alright, cutie, let's talk.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds. It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight.
Got your hint, found the key.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
That's what I'm aiming for, honestly. Try not to screw up. Not gonna make things just right. Gonna make them spectacular or ignore it. Was hoping for a possible witness. That's what I'm aiming for, yes. Gonna make it spectacularly right.
Beautiful. I have
He
some
gets
good
me.
news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello.
Oh, the student
Step in.
talk to.
He's already waiting.
Okay, that shouldn't take a whole hour, even with 2 people. Really digging the view here. Is it Friday tonight? I feel like it's Friday. Digging the view.
Mm-hmm. That's why I chose this place. Martinez is special, isn't it?
Wait. Suddenly you're digging things?
Yeah. Is Kim just now catching up and putting down? Is it Friday though?
Yeah, it does feel like the end of the week. Such gentle weather.
And why meet your friend?
Trust me, you do.
Must be a cutie. Okay, take us in. But first, we must talk to you. So many questions.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for.
1 hour to
not
go.
me.
Let's see if this takes a whole hour.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette.
If I do
and
end up
looks
missing
around.
Class C
It's getting
today,
dark, and the neighboring windows have lit up one by one.
the most we get is, yeah, The Small Church is a song we sang, and we get her perspective on how disastrous our bender was.
Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
Oh, Inland Empire likes him too. Possibility, ambush, lure me in, meet your friend inside, he runs away. And I get beaten up now. This town is nice to me, they don't like cops, but they're kind to me.
Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
But I just found you again.
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
Okay, promise we'll talk again. It's important, putting my harem.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
Is it jealousy? Is that a pang of hurt in Kim's eyes?
It's laughter.
Really? I think it's jealousy.
We'll talk. Just not tonight.
Okay, fair.
Take care, alright?
Another level up!
And he's gone again.
4 minutes have
Looks like
passed.
it's becoming a theme for him.
He's always leaving. Why is he always leaving, Kim? There's something so different about him I kept my finger on. Why is he always leaving, Kim?
Who knows, detective? It's a mystery.
Turning his face away. Kim is unable to bring his own feelings to the open. And here somebody else is stealing my heart.
There, he's laughing again.
There's something different about him, I can't quite tell.
Different, of course.
His shirt's always unbuttoned. He's such a good listener. I'd like to talk to him. Something mysterious about the way he talks and moves. He smells good. Why does he smell so good? Something mysterious about him.
Something so mysterious about the way he talks.
Very mysterious. Lieutenant, what are you laughing at?
Very.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
Come on, detective, let's go.
7
We've got
minutes
a potential
elapsed.
witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
Okay, let's go. Still gotta move the body too, so can't take too long. Business magazine, oh. First things first, examine all the things. Underground parties. University lectures, very disco. A hat, Americana hat. Logic at the cost of suggestion. Old photo from year 01, wow. None of this is weird. Party Dragon Silk Road, drama and electrochemistry, hello. What kind of garment is this? It's a jacket. Gives drama and electrochemistry. Oh, hello. What about the mesh top? Gonna have to do the RPG thing where nothing matches, but doing it for the stats. Composure. Okay. Alright, let's go. Perfect garments for this interview.
You have acquired the robe. Keep it, officer. It looks good on you.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain.
You hear that, authority?
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government.
Really, the coalition government comes
I
here?
work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur la Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
This is gonna take much longer than an hour then, if we're speaking to someone from the coalition government. Here to visit his friend.
First ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot. Yes, make it clear you're the one setting the terms here.
Innocuous personal questions, maybe not the bed. Have to inquire about the wonderful canopy. Before we get to that, where you got this beautiful silk robe from, the Samoran hat? Story behind this black Samoran hat? This beautiful silk robe.
Oh, we got it from an atelier in the East Delta Commerce Center. Personally, I think it's a little culturally insensitive, but the material is great. Sadly, the shop is now out of business. That's really all I can tell you about it.
That didn't work at all. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
So, what is official like you doing in Martinet?
The coalition is only looking out for the price stabilité. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
What are you doing here in this apartment?
Well, I'm renovating it.
Really?
It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
So generous? Fixing your own damages? You're some kind of bureaucrat?
Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur la Clé working for the Institute of Price Stabilité.
What is the...
This is one of the main projects of the Moral Inter.
What is the international community?
La Communauté Internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the Coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the Revolution.
What does Ashley say? What is the price stabilité?
It is the most important thing.
That tells me nothing.
It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment.
Price stabilité at the cost of our own sovereignty and stabilité.
Which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
For your own social stabilité, not so much for our own.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
2% of what? Totally gonna waste this hour.
But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%.
You're not telling me anything, though.
The Coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability.
He hasn't convinced me yet.
Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet?
Yes, please. I could read it to pass the time.
A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the Moral Inter. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist.
So a moralist has absolutely nothing to do with morality and more about the inflation.
But, I don't have my leaflets on me today.
No leaflets? Oh.
You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the Moral Intern's commitment to transparency.
I heard about the Moral Intern before, but I want to know more.
It's the International Organization for Moralists.
I feel like I'm wasting time when I could be talking about the murder.
The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the Coalition.
What I said was a lack of the capital. What should I have said? Is that I'm a moral intern bitch? We're actually working with moral intern. That doesn't seem so bad. No, it does.
Doing one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
But it's not exactly benevolency. It's not altruism. It's their own bottom line to the end of the day. Are you a moralist?
But of course.
But why?
Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
Kim, are you a moralist? What is a normal, stable world? Martinet doesn't seem very normal, stable to me. What is a normal, stable world? To who?
The Occident is part of the normal world. Oranje, sur la clé.
So the hegemony. Martinet doesn't seem very normal or stable.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
What about Revachol? Is that part of the normal?
Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
I don't think I'm a moralist. Moralism sounds incredibly boring. I want more action. It's the ideology of the foreign occupiers. Revachol must be governed by Revacholians. Democracy is a meaningless sham. As long as the working class is under the boot heel of capital. It's like every time I'm talking to people, I'm choosing option D, none of the above. Is that moralism? Yes, it is. Moralism is too boring. Then again, plus 4 XP. I want more action. We're super cop.
Do you think peace is boring?
Peace is good. Prosperity is fun. You are leading me on with false equivalencies. Peace is pretty good, but it's actually your peace.
Exactly. I don't find it boring. I find it fulfilling.
You've switched
Peace is
from...
what allows me to have my morning coffee, my afternoon golf, my sundown friends.
You've shifted the conversation from price stability to peace.
The smile he gives you is straight off a campaign poster. The kind of smile focus group tested to appeal to the most gullible swathe of the electorate.
Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Oranje. Let's talk about that. See if he gets his bonus points to classy.
Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of APIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget.
Not bad, pretty big.
Next to Sur la Clé, Oranje is probably the most prominent member of the international community.
Which is more? Which one of them is more Epis?
As founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranje carries a lot of political weight, while Sur la Clé takes care of the business side of things. Sur la Clé hosts the headquarters of the major EPIS institution.
But outside Epis, what is Oranje?
Oranje's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully transitioned from heavy industry to advanced services and generally acts as an engine for sustainable change in the international community.
But I asked what it's like, not what its economy is like.
That didn't tell you anything.
Exactly, Rhetoric. Talk like a normal person.
About what?
About Oranje. What's it like there?
Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are polite and efficient. Like I said, they are an example for less emerged nations.
Less emerged. You take that back. What about Sur la Clef?
What's there to say? Sur la Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and
Half
cherishes.
hour to go, gotta move the body as well. Not gonna make classy in this timeline.
Darlings? That can't be an official designation.
What makes Revachol Sur la Clef's bottom bitch?
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur la Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur la Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
They're holding back on them. Oh.
Whatever you wish, officer.
Okay, tell us about your Sunday friend.
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
What's Kedra?
Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
Tell me more.
That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
What is Epis?
EPIS
I already know what Epis
is a very
is.
special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success. Nothing but kilograms and centimeters as far as the eye can see.
Very broad metrics, how dare they? No.
It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And between you and me, the Moral Intern feels emboldened by this success.
What's it stand for?
And why? It stands for progress and stability, like the Moral Intern as a whole.
This guy speaks in brochures. What do the letters stand for?
It's been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are very excited to take it to the next level.
Doesn't hear me.
A supranational political alliance. The United States of Occident.
Is it going to be like this place here?
You mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy.
Is Revachol going to be EPIS?
It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure.
So much like, where was it? Or is it one that was in 21 years? Kedra? Be like Kedra? Permanent candidate status?
Except that candidate members never become full members, do they?
Didn't you say candidate members never become real members?
No. Candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. Time and evaluation.
1032.
But we were talking about my friend here.
How'd you become friends?
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola. Oil platforms ablaze in the night. Civil wars lasting for years.
How romantic.
Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
You're describing how the coalition occupied Revachol, not how you became friends.
One of the wonders of democracy is that everyone is allowed to have his own opinion. And not just allowed, encouraged even. Have you ever tried debate?
What do you mean?
Debating. You should consider joining a debating society for adults. I hear they're oodles of fun. I used to have a flyer for one.
Right, they're not carrying
But
it.
now that I start thinking of it, it was for an improv class anyway. It's this funny theater thing, you know? Very creative.
I'm starting to think this guy won't have any actual information for me.
A chill runs down your spine as you envision a half-dozen people in professional attire standing around a chair, awkwardly pretending to be waiting for a motor bus. It's neither funny nor creative.
You haven't told me who he is.
Sorry. Who?
We ask him about him. He's like, who are you talking about? Your friend, the smoker.
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts.
What's his real name?
Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation.
All he could tell me, he doesn't want his young Martinez lover to be traced back to him over in the Occident. That's what this is. All he could tell me about him is he's here to study the arts.
He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Which?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him.
What are you doing in his apartment by yourself? I wonder.
I'm just enjoying the view.
It's dark outside.
Listen.
The baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
Someone's baby is crying.
No, listen. The Insulindian Bay.
What about it?
This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen.
20 minutes to
But
go.
the million real view stays. You can't take that away.
It's kind of boarded. What view? Talk about your friend.
My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's a busy bee.
Okay. You won't give a straight answer for anything but the murder, allegedly, which you gotta come talk about.
What an odd choice of words.
Down to business then. We got 20 minutes to go before what's her face. Have you actually witnessed the lynching?
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
This is a breakthrough. Is it because you did it?
Easy, detective. No need to jump to conclusions.
Start from the beginning, if you don't mind.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one.
Nobody want to see anything.
That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
Carrying was see, might have been incapacitated, but I did already. Who were they?
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very...
Hey, what is that supposed to mean?
Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanity.
And how many were there?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
Tracks of the boots, what we know about the Hardy Boys?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Any look like drummers. Any huge, like 200 kilograms huge.
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell.
No question about the Hardy girl? This deep in, we've established the Hardy girl. Drummers?
Why? No. But then, I don't know what a drummer is supposed to look like.
I think we can drop the drummer angle. That was my bad.
Okay, what happened next?
I went back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that
Threatening to kill? He's either unconscious or already dead at this point. Men or women?
All men, I presume.
All men?
But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
She could have just not spoken.
But we are fairly certain the lady driver was present.
Are you sure at least one wasn't a woman? We're gonna miss the date. That's okay, we'll get her tomorrow night.
It's possible, officer, but I cannot say with certainty. It was very dark, you must remember.
Ethnicity, all Martinet.
I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent.
What happened next?
Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
Oddly quiet, because he was already dead. The windows are all closed, because nobody wanted to witness this.
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
And you didn't call the RCO.
You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late.
Didn't check your watch.
My watch. Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight, give or take.
Didn't actually witness the hanging itself, he just wasted our time.
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
It seems this wasn't the break you were hoping for. I think we have everything we need. Thank you for talking to us, Mr. Villedroit.
Of course. Anything I can do to assist the RCA.
Well, we got 7 minutes to get back.
Officer.
A moment.
Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Why can't we talk again?
It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
I think the work here is done. We asked everything, found everything.
Of course. I'm sorry I couldn't be the break you were looking for.
Yeah, there's nothing else. That's it. Okay, now let me see if we can't move the body and then get upstairs before 11. Though, if I do have to miss it, there's always Kuno. Kuno's gonna be up forever. And like I said, pretty late now for stream, but it's a Friday. I started late, so giving myself a bit of overtime. Going into the late hours. $54. Maybe 1 minute left. Bag him.
I will need a little help.
55. 55. $55 still? Took no time, okay. So you do get to squeeze in all. Alright. And there's Kim gone for the day. Which means now we could talk about the pissing contest. Now that the corpse stuff is absolutely done. I don't want to do the what's-its. The karaoke stuff until Kim is here to endear it. 1 point. Okay, we get Volition back. Let me do Volition. A single point of Volition. And let me get some Volition clothes in. I forgot I was walking around with all this. Let's get that up for now. I don't think any composure or anything else. Because it's just chatting. Volition of 7 should be plenty. Though I guess... maybe I don't want to take that Volition check until tomorrow when Kim's here, because I might find something for him to take note on. Okay, and get the stuff from last
I was
night.
just thinking, what a nice
83%.
evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Talk about Sunday.
yes.
First thing
Wow.
from Elysium. Just catch up from where we were.
There was the usual. I can't say. Probably not. Oh, yes. Oh, we're huge. I don't know about. A slow, sad song started playing.
Smallest church in Saint Saëns.
Yes. That it doesn't matter anymore. Yes.
Cool wounded beast.
Then we started screaming and
What did I
trashed
do?
the place. A window was smashed.
Please don't want anything
There
else.
was. I went out afterward. No problem, sir.
And then Volition. We'll interview her again tomorrow, during which I could take the Volition check. But that's going to be with my partner here. And that catches us up. Everything juggled correctly. And now I think I should go ahead and end this. This isn't my room anymore, I can't go in. Unless I pay for it. But that's okay, because now we got that place down by the sea we can do. Oh, the cops are gone. As are the Hardy Boys. Our first night without Kim next door. Because he's off doing cop stuff with the rest of the cops. Good chance to see, I think, how exactly the quick travel works. Because I don't know if it takes time. It was 23:55. Or 22. It does take some time, okay. Now I know. And the old lady's out. If the washerwoman's still here.
The old woman stills. The buzz of electric lights blends together with the slow rumble of the ocean waves.
He's still up?
Yes. I can't really sleep anymore.
Oh, the poor
Only
lady.
3 hours a night. It happens when you grow older. My suggestion is don't. Don't grow any older than you already are.
I wish.
That's old enough.
Okay.
What's troubling your mind?
It's 23 at night. Everyone else is asleep. Now I have time to spare. Wash my jacket.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice
Found
underneath
windbreaker.
all that filth. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
Since it's late at night already, 3 more points of experience to level up. What is this fishing village? What's in the fishing village?
Just us. It's
Justice?
not a village anymore. We almost don't exist.
What you mean?
This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
The place is so pornographically poor.
Experience.
It's not even funny.
Okay, let me get my final thought to conceptualize. Give me the Wompy Dompy Domsitter, the motorway south. I must know. This place is pornographically poor. There's gotta be something here, tell me. Who else lives here?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids.
Yeah, they're sweet.
If you knew folks live in the house to the east. But they're away right now.
Is that where the other gal for the signatures is?
And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it.
Right, gotta talk to the
Hope is
drunks
home,
again.
Even for them.
Now that Tequila Sunset has fully discovered the mystery of the motor carriage.
Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left.
Also might have met the drunks.
I'm sure you did. Nature keeps them in rotation. A new face pops up every now and then an old one disappears and is forgotten. This is who we are.
There's gotta be someone around, something around here, tell me.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
The pox? Tell me more.
An old military hospital and its surroundings.
Oh, lovely name for a
Or it
hospital.
used to be. during the time of the suzerain. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses, shacks as far as the eye can see.
What happened to the hospital?
The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
Any way to make money around here in this dying village?
Here? For you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
So, it is alright for me to steal all the cash lying around everywhere. They forgot about it? So, I get salvage rights?
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find.
It's so many posts by the water. This place is pornographically poor.
The lack of wealth is the one thing we've got in abundance.
Rich in poverty.
It's a cold, cynical smile.
That's what I thought. That doesn't make any sense.
It's okay. What matters is we are still around, still living our lives. Even in pornographic poverty we make do. At least those who remain.
There's nobody there.
Yeah, what else have they got?
Rinsing
What's further down the coast?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity.
Locked
It's
right
been
now.
there since before my time.
Why is it abandoned? No churchgoers?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
The kids want to go to church. They even want my help, making it easier for them to go to church.
The ecclesiastics have tried to get things going there, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
I get the feeling you're leaving stuff out. What else is going on? Is it the kids and their synth music?
Well, there's that
Music.
Music from across the sea. Huh. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting even through the night.
That could be the spark of life this community needs. It's the kids. The kids leading the revitalization of culture of this little village.
And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church.
Teenagers.
I don't like that.
Nothing more suspicious than a teenager, that's all it is. The kids grow up. The kids grow up, they gotta find themselves. Be happy, washerwoman.
Perhaps the mysterious music is somehow connected to the case. A Rusalka or a half-demonic Apsara singing.
What else goes on down the coast?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch
The
of
farm
houses.
building, I think.
Empty.
Which is it, apartments or electrical plants?
I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara.
Anything else to note?
Of note? The old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed.
Oh. Who'd want to come to the fish market here where the fish are and the boats are? Gotta be something more along the coast?
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans?
No, we're working for
If you want
one.
a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot. We
Oh,
think
is that what that is?
sending goods and ammo across the bay.
With only a red
It's
check, so I could do it
bullshit.
once.
We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible.
Maybe it's gonna be another Infinity Man?
And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
Not everything. What about you?
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
Lieutenant Double Lieutenant Harrier Dubois. My name is Raphael Ambrosius Costeau. Sigh. Is that a dramatic sigh to accompany the name? Or is that because Kim's not here to cite the name? I have to do the sign for him. Raphael Ambrosius Costeau.
Your parents must have had big plans for you. Wonder if you measure them.
I was hoping to get your signature. Would that be sufficient?
Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all the scribble. Tell me what it says.
Oh, Isabel, she is. Oh, she is. I was right then. This was a person. Everard wants to turn part of the village into the youth center.
Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our houses. I see Lillian's name is already here. The girl is too trusting. Either way, I won't sign union
papers. What do you have against the union?
I've seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart?
They got dental, they got pay now.
Promises we never planned to keep.
They have tangible benefits that came from the union, yes, and they're the only ones, let's face it, keeping order in Martinet. RCM doesn't go there. Gotta take care of their own.
Then the poor get pushed out of their homes and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So no, I don't trust the fat man, and neither should you.
Okay, but Everett and his bro are pretty corrupt. She's not wrong about that. The union itself has brought benefit, but the boss is on top. For this unit especially.
She speaks with the authority of a leader. Hers is the final word around here. She is headstrong, but there's a slight hesitation in there. You may be able to convince her.
My name is ridiculous? Ugh. My hands are empty, so suggestion is as high as it's going to go. I could just lie to Everett. Is there anything I can do to raise my suggestion? -1 suggestion. I think that's the only suggestion cloth I have. Things that reduce my suggestion. So this does become the Fallout thing. Do I damn an entire village just to reclaim my own gun? I could try lying. It takes a while for mail to get about, right? I got my Signal Blue navy coat, that could help. Bullet I'll interact with when I got Kim with me. So I think that covers everything I want to do tonight, unless Lillian has anything that we can do now that we're alone.
Hi, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's in your mind, officer?
I want a date with another drunk. That's my motor carriage. Suggestion heroic. Let me get dressed for suggestion. Put on some dapper clothes that she can't possibly say no to. Half light, so electrochemistry. So I could actually survive the state. That's also +1 volition. Minus empathy, any better shirts, conceptualization. But I want my suggestion up. Physical instrument. Rhetoric. Drama. Savoir-faire, encyclopedia. Woo her with logic. And how about the shoes? Composure. Perception, authority for less composure. Cool shoes. Okay.
Hi, the sea's gonna calm down soon.
That's my motorway vehicle, my motor carriage.
Oh, that's good to know, I guess.
It's an
Why is it in the sea?
installation. Very conceptual. I wasn't feeling it. I was in an accident, I'm sorry, got drunk, drove to see. An official investigation has been launched by me to determine just that, ma'am.
That's great. Until then, you should maybe start thinking about the funeral.
Sire, she doth not believe it wasn't you.
You are suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage. Sentimentality, inanimate objects, be fun. Honor the carcass of my former motor carriage.
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all.
What an odd thought. Maybe I should.
Why odd? Our things are part of our life world. They're made with our
See?
human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
1, she's on my wavelength. 2, look at these fantastic earrings. She's got fish lure earrings. What there's not to love?
Life world. Someone's been reading up on last century Gotvaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Alright, I'm in. But organizing a funeral takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it?
Bury it in the water
What's
where it
invite?
lies.
What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
Pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities, rejuvenate the doomed commercial area, focus on things we can do, be a bit romantic.
I understand, believe me. I really do. I think about all the frivolous side activities I could be doing every time I go out there with my nets. But daydreaming is a rich man's game. At sea, you can't afford to be careless and dream. Anyway, what are we talking about here again?
It's an even 58. Talking about the crashed vehicle didn't upset this. Needs to go to date with another drunk. It's a white check, so if he failed today, we can pass tomorrow.
You think she really needs more of that after a man died at sea?
4 years ago. She's moved on. We make her laugh, she thinks we're funny, she's on our wavelength, they got good chemistry. What do I do then?
What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober?
What? Get out of here with the crazy fringe theories. What you're suggesting is highly experimental, possibly dangerous.
Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very primitive things together sober. Acknowledge the situation and keep it basic.
I'm a drunk, don't know if you've noticed. So I usually ask people to drink with me.
I have, and I don't really.
This time, I thought I'd ask you for a walk. Fun? Or use her name, Lillian, walk with me? I like them both. Be fun. Acknowledge that we are kind of a mess. A mess that makes her laugh, but a mess. But this time, it's not gonna be drinking.
Just a walk? I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator.
We perambulate all the time. We crashed our vehicle. We got no choice but to perambulate. Yeah. So I should definitely agree. Is that a yes, ma'am? Is the walk happening? Please, please, please come to sober walk with me. I am. So we should definitely agree.
Where would this walk take us, officer?
A nice view of the beach. Land's End.
All right. I will walk with you. But you need to understand that nothing is going to happen. We're just walking.
Setting boundaries, but it's a date. Good old-fashioned walk. Something could happen. Acknowledge your boundaries. I understand nothing. Good old-fashioned walk. I like
Me too.
it.
It's been ages since I just had a normal conversation with one of you guys.
Aww.
She means men.
All right, I'll go put the kids to bed and we'll meet at Land's End in 15 minutes.
Is it gonna hop to 15 minutes, or... It's almost midnight. How are the kids not in bed yet?
She doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready.
Ooh, Raphael. Do I get to, like, change my clothes before the date? I'm not sure I'm ready. Meet Lily at the Land's End. on that note, quickly, she's not gonna wait forever. Well, I'm sorry to say she's gonna have to, because that stream already went into overtime. I started late, but 7 hours and 50 is later than I normally do ever. But worth it, I think. And now we got to do a fun date for Raphael. Now that he's cleaning himself up. When we come back on Monday, we're gonna start with this new life Raphael is building up with his fun of the walking date. So for now, I am going to find who we are going to toss a little right onto. Oh, McCall's on! Stuck on, didn't see the alerts. In that case, how often do I get to raid McCall? And he's just come on. The first day of his Waterworld Games retrospective. So I'm gonna toss you guys on his way. And folks, today was quite a day with the news that came out this morning, so do take care of yourselves, do what you gotta do. Take the fun you gotta. Take the decompression you gotta. Be there for each other. Enjoy your weekend, enjoy your night. And I'll see you guys on back Monday. And we'll start off the week with some happy, pleasant stuff. We're a broken drunk, picking up the piece of his broken life. We'll make it a societal metaphor. Till then, thanks for hanging. See you next week.